get started as soon after 7 as we can. I'm going to go check the line now. So please be seated and be ready to go when we're ready. Thank you, and thank you for being here tonight. Hey, Steve, people are saying it wasn't loud enough. Can you turn it up a little? At least up front. How's that better? Yeah, I thought it was coming from here. It's not coming from there? Oh, okay. Testing, testing. A little bit more? It'll be a little better once people aren't milling about. All right, let's try that. Is that better? All right, we're going to start as soon as the people in line are checked in and seated. So thanks for your patience. Thank you for being here. Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm just waiting for the people who are in line at 7 o'clock to get checked in, and then we'll start. So prepare yourselves. Thank you for being here. Appreciate everyone coming back. So it's 7 o'clock, but as I said, I'm going to wait to gavel the meeting in until the people who are in line as of 7 o'clock get checked in. We're trying to fit everyone. I'll go into detail when I get started formally with the meeting. We're trying to fit everyone in here so we can use electronic voting, which will make things faster and more efficient. So I know there's some gaping areas in the middle. We're trying, and everyone feel free to wear a mask. There's if whatever you're comfortable with. We've got a couple of rows in the back for some non-voter high school kids. Excuse me, the guys who just sat down in the back row over here. The blue sweatshirt in the back row over here. Could you move over to this section, please? I'm trying to leave that open. Yeah, could the four of you high school students move over to the back 2 rows of the other section? I'm trying to leave that part open for people who are required to wear masks. Thanks. I know it's tight quarters, but I think it's more interesting for you to watch it in here than from the TV in the gym. Thank you. All right, it looks like just another few people to come in, and then we'll gavel the meeting to order. Is Westborough TV ready when I'm ready? Ready? Okay, I'll let you know when to start. Okay, he's here. All right, the person who I marked as being at the end of the line at 7 o'clock is checked in. Westborough TV, ready? Ready? Good evening and welcome to the October 17th special town meeting of Westborough. As we get started, if you are willing and able, will you please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. As I said, we are called here in session for the October 17th special town meeting called pursuant to a warrant issued by the Select Board that I have here, one of the 3 key pieces for tonight's meeting. I am John Arnold, 251 West Main Street, your elected town moderator. To my right is Wendy Mickle, your elected town clerk. Because this is the regularly scheduled October special town meeting. Per bylaw, there is no quorum, but certainly we have plenty of voters here. I'm going to declare the meeting in session. I'll try to make these remarks brief, but I'll give you opportunities that if anyone's ever confused or has questions about what to do, I'll give you some ways you can get my attention without me having to do a whole mini lecture on town meeting. Down to my right, your left, we have the Select Board and the leadership of the town staff, including the town manager and town council. The planning board typically sits down here and will speak when there are planning board articles. The school committee by tradition sits down here to my left, your right in the front rows. And then the advisory finance committee, a body of 9 members appointed by me to essentially review in depth and make recommendations to the town, sits at the table here to my left, your right. The finance committee has prepared copies of their report and recommendation, which hopefully there'll be enough. If there are not enough, please share with those around you, though we will have slides sort of guiding you through what's happening. And also it's available on the town website, and my understanding is that the school has a public Wi-Fi if anyone has a tablet or phone and wants to access the report that way. I'd like to thank Steve Mascherelli, Mark Stockman, Westborough TV, all the school staff. Eventually we may have a scout or 2 here to do roving microphones, though I haven't seen them yet, and everyone involved in setting up this town meeting. It's nice to be back to almost normal. Thank you for being here. As I said, if you'd like to wear a mask, you're welcome. The Board of Health has advised us that we're going to follow the same protocol as the spring, where we're going to just ask that you follow whatever guidance you think is best for your health. And we are not making judgments one way or the other. Our bylaw, we're going to test out, first thing, we do have the gymnasium set up as an overflow room. We are trying to have everyone here because electronic voting only works here in this room. and we have a paper-based special system that we'll use if necessary. But if at any time anyone notices anyone in the gymnasium and we do have room in here, I'm going to ask people to move in here. It should help things move more swiftly. We're going to test out our voting devices now. We've done some tests before you all got here. But the first order of business is our bylaws require that I nominate a deputy moderator who will preside in the event of my absence or disability, and also would preside in the gymnasium if that becomes required. It's you, the meeting, that chooses the deputy moderator. I merely recruit and nominate someone. As in the past, I am nominating Benjamin Gold of 19 Blake Street for this post. I've spoken to Ben. He's done this before, and he is ready to serve. Ben, will you please stand and identify yourself? Ben's over here to my right, your left. So we're going to do this. We're going to do a test vote. You ready for a test vote? So the way that, for those of you who don't know, when you want to vote yes, you press the 1 button. When you want to vote no, you press the 2 button, and I will repeat this ad nauseum throughout the meeting. And you can tell if your vote has been received because when you press 1 or 2, the large numeral 1 or 2 will show up, or it will say 1 received or 2 received. So I have nominated Benjamin Gold as deputy moderator, and I will now call for a vote, and we're going to leave the voting window open about 20 seconds so you can all get comfortable with your devices. So all those in favor of my nomination of Benjamin Gold, once the light goes on, please press 1. All those opposed, please press 2. Can you turn the light on, please? Thank you. Voting has begun. Again, my device, I press the number, and it's my nomination. I will tell you I'm voting yes. So mine says yes received. If anyone's device doesn't seem to be working at any time, please call point of order, and we'll get it addressed. We have some people here who can help out. Okay, voting has ended. And we're waiting for the vote. We have 216 in favor and 8 opposed. My nomination carries. Mr. Gold is your deputy moderator. Mr. Gold, will you please rise? Do you solemnly swear that having been elected deputy moderator that you will faithfully and impartially perform the duties of this office, so help you God? Thank you, Mr. Gold. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Please be seated. And if you're needed in the gym, we'll let you know. The next thing we can test our votes at is we deal with the admission of non-voters. We are acting as citizen legislators. I will note that there are a number of high school students who are doing a report here tonight, and they're scattered about a number of non-voters, and as long as we can accommodate them, we're going to let them sit in the hall here so they can get a more true experience of town meeting. However, non-voters who do not get permission of the meeting are not allowed to speak at the meeting, and that's why it's up to the meeting to decide who other than other voters they want to hear from. I've received forms properly filled out for 6 people dealing with answering questions about the library. These are 6 people who aren't necessarily going to speak as proponents, but they have been working on the library building project either as project managers, owners project managers, architects, or whatever have you. So the 6 names that have been put forward are Ryan DePasquale, Hebron, Connecticut; John Lemieux, Duxbury, Massachusetts; Frank Payer, Agawam, Massachusetts; Eric Moore, Worcester, Massachusetts; Brian Fors, Marlborough, Massachusetts; and Steve Theron of Weymouth, Massachusetts. Again, and then I've received 1 non-voter request from someone who is a non-voter who would also potentially like the opportunity to speak on Article 15, which is the library project, and that is Rose Stevens of 5 Emory Road, a resident but someone who is not a voter. Again, none of these mean they definitely get to speak. It just means that if they're called on to answer a question, or in the case of Ms. Stevens, they would be allowed for me to potentially call upon them. So I have those 7 people. So we're going to do another test or another vote now. So all those in favor of allowing these 7 people to speak on Article 15 if and when they are called upon, please indicate vote yes by pressing 1 on your device, vote no by pressing 2. Voting has begun. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Thank you. Did that go back up to 30? No, put it down. Is it down to 20? Okay. Probably put it down to 15 for the next one. Sorry. We're going to adjust the amount of time. We all seem to be good at this. I wasn't sure how long we need. Okay. Okay, voting has ended. We have 233 in favor, 23 opposed, and 1 person cleared out their vote, so they didn't vote. So if you ended up having it say clear on your device, it means that you either were abstaining or maybe you might need some help with your device and just ask someone to do that. So again, I'm going to, if it comes to the point that we can't fit people in here for voters, I will ask the non-voters to leave. But for now, as long as they don't cause a disruption, we're going to let them stay. We'll keep you posted on that. If you're a registered voter, we're going to know that because you have a device, and there we go. So a little bit about today. So as I said, it's nice to be back to almost normal. The meeting is your meeting. And my primary role is to oversee the proceedings fairly and to make judgments and rulings in accordance with the rules of our town meeting. But most of the decisions are yours, the voters. If you leave the building, please stop by the voter check-in station when you leave, hand in your device, and then check back in when you return. We need to keep track of these, and it helps us keep accurate records. And there isn't a problem with coming and going. We just want to keep track of where the devices are so we don't have to pay for them. As I said, refer to the Advisory Finance Committee booklet that hopefully you all can have access to or can share. Has a front page right in the inside cover that has a summary of town meeting. It's not all the rules, but it sort of will get you started, but I just want to highlight some. First of all, I want to recognize we are here not as the kind of meeting that you may see sometimes on television. We are here acting as the town's legislature. And what that means is that we are here to deliberate and vote on actions that come before the town on the warrant. It also means that this is a deliberately structured conversation. It is not an unstructured back and forth like you might see at work or you might see at school. And I want to make it clear, it is structured in a way to help us deliberate and let each of us make our votes the way we want. So that means no interrupting. I decide who speaks. When someone's speaking, I will make it clear who the next person is. It doesn't mean we can't have follow-up questions, but it means you can't interrupt and jump back and forth. I have been, just to keep things moving, I have not inserted myself in the role of having to speak through me, which is what happened in the old days. But if it comes to that's necessary, I will re-invoke that right, and I will do that. So some of the procedures here. If you ever don't know a procedure or you're unclear and you're trying to accomplish something, you can call out a point of order, and I'll address your question. So anyway. The Board of Health and the Health Director have participated in planning the meeting. If you have any questions about how things are going, or if you have any health concerns, please let me know, and I'll have you speak to them. The gymnasium, as I said, is for overflow only. So far, we haven't needed it, and it will certainly be more efficient and more effective if we are in here. So we'll keep you posted on that. If a scout shows up, we may have roving microphones. If not, we have 2 standing microphones toward the back. Because we have people sitting close to the microphones tonight, I'm going to ask you, unlike some past meetings, not to hover near the microphone, but instead what I will do is I will ask who wants to speak on an article, and then I will pick 1 or 2 people to go stage themselves at the microphones. But I'm going to try to avoid having lines at the microphones because there are people close by. And I'm going to cycle through the various microphones, and just because you're standing at a microphone doesn't mean you get to speak. Again, the meeting controls the rules of the meeting, and if by the time you're chosen to speak, someone has properly made a motion to move the question, and if the voters vote to close debate, then you're not necessarily guaranteed to speak. The way our rules are 2.5-minute limit for speeches and questions, and each voter by bylaw can only speak 2 times without getting permission of the meeting. And in the life of me coming here, I can't remember a single specific instance where anyone's been given more time than that. In advance, if people give me adequate written notice, I'll allow up to 10 minutes for presentations. Obviously, shorter is better. And if with plenty of advance notice, I'll allow presentations on both sides. Again, it's all about fairness. The discussion and deliberation here at town meeting is limited to the topic and motion under discussion only. This is not really the place for talking about any other aspect of the town government. There are plenty of other avenues for that, and if you have an avenue that doesn't seem to fit, let me know and I'll point you in the right direction. But our rules are clear. The scope of discussion is limited to the topic and the motions that are under deliberation, and any ruling that I make about the scope, and if things go beyond the scope will stand. As I said, if at any time you have a question about the procedure and that these brief remarks haven't covered it, say point of order, I'll take your question and I'll answer it as best I can. The rules relating to town meeting indicate votes of those present and voting. I know there is interest, especially in a tech-savvy community like Westborough, about remote voting and things like that. The laws and the rules are very complicated about guaranteeing fair access in an open town meeting such as we have. And so the rules are the rules, and you have to be here present and voting. With the return of electronic voting, we're cognizant of the cost. That's why we're trying to keep it into this room so we didn't have to pay extra for an extra room. And just to make the process clear, as I said, if we end up having to go to an overflow room, the way that the town clerk and I suggest that it works is so we don't have to do a standing count of everyone and have wasted all our money with the electronic voting, rather than having to do a hand count of everyone, since by default the handsets are somewhat secret ballots. I'm going to ask us to vote on a rule for the meeting, which is I'm going to move that for the duration of this October 2022 special town meeting, when electronic voting is used in the auditorium, if there are voters who cannot be accommodated in the auditorium but are in the gymnasium overflow room, they will have their votes counted by marked voting slips in the gymnasium. I think that's a fair compromise, and it will allow us to do the quick voting in here and hopefully have fewer counted votes, but still allow them the level of secrecy that we have our devices here. So I've made that motion. I will ask us to go to a vote. So all those in favor of my motion, please press 1. Any opposed, please press 2. Voting begins once the light goes on. Hang on. Caught him off guard. I don't think he knew it was going to. Okay. Voting begins. This is a rule of the meeting. It's not changing any bylaws. It's just acknowledging the rule of the meeting. It started out higher than 20, so if we can lower it down to 20 next time. Or cut it down to 15. Okay. All right, we're almost done, don't worry. Thank you for your patience, but lots to learn. Okay, voting is ended. We have 283 yes, to 7 no, to 1 clear or an abstention. If your device says clear, let me know and we'll try to have somebody take a look. If you're intentionally hitting clear to abstain, that's certainly fine. But anyway, the motion carries. We've adopted that rule of the meeting. So, final things from me. Check out the emergency exits. The emergency exits in here, there's 2 here, there's 1 over there, and there's some to the back. If by any chance a fire and evacuation alarm goes off, please gather yourselves slowly and carefully, but not dawdling, to leave the building. We have representatives from the police and fire here, and they will let us know if and when it's safe for us to come back in the building or if we don't have to leave. Seeing no more procedural questions, I'm now going to defer to brief remarks to set the stage for the meeting from the chair of the Advisory Finance Committee, Mr. Beretti.
Michael Beretti, 54 Adams Street, Chair of the AFC. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Before I start my remarks, there are 2 corrections, or a correction, sorry, in the R&R. If you look on page 12, please. Article 7. You'll see that the Select Board recommends the town vote to approve this Article 320. If you look on Article 17, on page 17, it notes that the vote by the Select Board was 500. That is the correct vote, 500. So good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. Let me begin by saying that the AFC is pleased to report that Westborough remains financially healthy. As we continue into this fiscal year 23, we again would like to acknowledge the effort of our elected officials, the town manager and her team, department heads, the school committee, and the superintendent, and all those employees who contribute to the day-to-day functioning of our town. Their work and the supporting fiscal management policies are keeping us in a good position. Last year at this time, we said that the next 1 to 5 years may test Westborough's appetite for spending and its tolerance for the potential of increased taxes and fees. We repeated that message at the annual town meeting. Tonight, there is no change to that message. In our view, Westborough does not have a tax problem, but rather it has a penchant for spending. Some of it is necessary and cannot be escaped or avoided, but some of it we certainly can reconsider. Given the many current and potential requests in our town planning documents, there will be competition among needs and wants. And that means money spent on nice-to-have initiatives may significantly limit our capacity to fund other more important future requests. You will have to make those decisions. You will have to decide what is important and what is not. The choices won't be easy. And all of this will have to be done in an environment of increased borrowing costs and an increase in the cost of providing services. A growing and changing Westborough will have its consequences. Let's remember, please, that while we continue to have a desirable and vibrant community, improvements come at a cost. As we have said before, there is wealth in our town, but not everyone is wealthy, and the burden of our spending decisions falls on everyone. Consider this when you're making those decisions. As of the 2020 census, there are 21,567 people in Westborough. The median income is $119,299. The per capita income is $56,632. 4.4%, or just under 1,000 of our fellow citizens live in poverty. 14.3%, or just over 3,000 of our fellow citizens are over 65, many of whom are living on fixed incomes, are renting, or whose homes represent their principal wealth. And judging by the 2 frequent food drives and the activity of the Westborough Food Pantry, we can add to that list an unknown percentage of our fellow citizens who live regularly with food insecurity. While it is true that there is a cost to live in Westborough and make use of town services, financial wherewithal should not be the litmus test for doing so. Not everyone lives or moves to Westborough because of the schools. Some come to Westborough to be near their families, some because of our location and access to workplaces, others because of their businesses, and some are simply here because they have been here all their lives and do not wish or cannot afford to relocate. So when we spend, where does that money come from? Well, the sources for our funding are several. Here are a few: state and federal grants, trusts, stabilization, enterprise and revolving funds, local receipts, the so-called free cash, and of course, taxes. A rule of thumb, as we explain in the R&R, is that for every $1 million funded through raise and appropriate, i.e. taxation, that adds $129 to the average home tax bill. Every $10 million borrowed over 20 years at, let's say, 4% interest results in an approximate $100 annual average debt service cost that is baked into the average home tax over those 20 years. As we have said in past reports, perhaps ad nauseum, but in our view worth repeating, if managing the tax bill is a priority, then we, the citizens of Westborough who make the spending decisions, must pay attention and focus on managing our expectations for services, projects, and new facilities. And lest we forget, over the last year, we also absorbed an extraordinary increase in home values, reminding us that market forces and unforeseen events have a way of upsetting the best laid plans. Today, among other things, we are being asked to consider in the warrant increasing our current budget by $746,400 $414, adding $96 to the current single-family tax bill for this fiscal year. We are being asked to commit to a potential $39 million building renovation. We are being asked to commit to a $12 million fix at the wastewater treatment plant, of which we, the citizens of Westborough, will pay $4.6 million through increased user fees. And we are asking to be faced with the potential of a $9 million increase in the cost of the Hastings School project. At the next annual town meeting, and in the ensuing 4 to 5 years, there will certainly be more to be decided. For example, multiple town infrastructure projects, potentially multi-million dollar in cost, such as water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure, roads and sidewalks, and as well as a DPW fleet and equipment replacement program. School renovation and maintenance projects, such as gym floor replacement, parking lot expansion, and the replacement of the high school's roof and exterior roof rim. The potential for a senior center or a multi-generational center, and a public safety substation, and more public safety equipment, such as ambulances, fire apparatus, and police vehicle replacement, as well as other capital requests that the Capital Planning Committee has, is, or may soon be evaluating. Finally, the recent seating of the Master Plan Implementation Committee sets the stage for proposals to implement the many initiatives in that plan. While some of the examples I've just given you may be paid for through grants or other funding sources, many will not. That will fall to us, the taxpayers, to decide how to do it, whether through using our available cash reserves, enterprise funds, retained earnings, borrowing, or tax increases, or not at all, which is always an option. Let me conclude with this. The town's management team and department heads have made continuing and recognized improvements and exercised considerable prudence in the budget and capital planning process. Proposed spending is considered carefully, especially as it affects the provision of the services we expect, as well as the impact on the tax levy. The outcome of these endeavors are further subjected to a multi-level review process. To say the least, it's a heavy lift over many months, and we thank them for that. We also applaud the numerous paid and unpaid citizens of Westborough who have produced many positive initiatives, and in doing so demonstrated great optimism in our town. As we leverage their energy, let's not be distracted from moving forward in our own prudent way on those initiatives, mindful that we will soon have to make many more spending decisions. If you have not already done so, we urge you, our fellow citizens, to become familiar with and well-informed by our town's strategic plan, master plan, and climate action plan, because that is where much of what we will have to decide upon resides. In the end, it is up to us to decide whatever those decisions may be. And it always has been up to us, as it should be, because it's our money and it's our town. Thank you. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Moretti. And now, some brief remarks from Ms. Williams on behalf of the Select Board. Before you start, there are plenty of seats. I know there's empty seats if you just want to look around. Also, the high school students who are non-voters, could you try to squeeze into fewer rows in the back there? I don't know how many of you in the back are non-voters. Where can you? Those of you high school students, non-voters, can you just raise your hand so I know where you are? Okay. All right. Okay. So those people over there are voters. Okay. Fine. There's also some slots up in the back. Okay. Thank you and welcome, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. My name is Christy Williams, and I'm your town manager. Tonight, before we get started on the warrant articles, I wanted to talk about the town's fiscal health, including town reserves, and we wanted to start with American Rescue Plan funds. The American Rescue Plan funds are funds that we received from the federal government, which we spoke about at the annual town meeting. The town of Westborough was slated to receive about $5.6 million in those funds. The process for awarding of those funds was asking department heads and relevant committees to submit proposals. They did so to the finance team, which is made up of the chair of the finance committee, the select board, and the school committee, as well as finance staff from both the town and school departments. The finance team produced criteria under which they were evaluated, and then recommendations were made to the advisory finance committee and then ultimately to the select board for award. We received 22 ARPA proposals from 11 different departments totaling $11.8 million, and ultimately the select board awarded 15 projects. In economic development, 2 awards were made. One was for working capital grant program for businesses in the community. Those guidelines are being developed. We also awarded money for a comprehensive wayfinding system. This is actually something that it's also been earmarked for in a pending bill in the legislature, and so that's on hold while we await that possible alternative funding source. We've slated $250,000 for MassWorks matching grants. We've applied for a MassWorks project of the corridor for Route 9 and Otis Street, and this would be matching funds for that project. For operations, we have hired a firm to help us continue compliance with ARPA. And then we've also contracted with field inspection services for the assessor's office. Under public safety, we've awarded public safety radio infrastructure, and that's also in process. There was $577,000 awarded to the police department for 3 additional officers, one of which has been hired and 2 that we're trying to fill. There were 2 awards to the fire department for proposals. One was a washer dryer and the other an equipment washer. These actually saw alternative funding sources as earmarks in the budget, and so those funds will go back to the available balance of ARPA funds. In public works, we awarded $810,000 for water quality infrastructure, which is also in the works. And then 2 projects for the school department, one being the emergency repair to the Armstrong School roof, which is complete, and then one for high school rooftop chillers. For recreation, $275,000 was awarded for a splash pad. We're continuing to evaluate our ability to proceed forward with that project. And then 2 awards were made to youth and family services for different contracts, one in behavioral health and the other in case management. So of the $5.7 million, we've awarded $5.5 million. There's an available balance of about $200,000 to date. That's inclusive of those 2 projects that we found alternative funds for. We're waiting to see what happens with the MassWorks grant, which we should find out about this month. And then once we have the available balance identified, we'll work through the completed allocation of those funds through 2024, which is required under the ARPA funding. So you'll see before you tonight, Article 19 is related to this ARPA funding. At the annual town meeting, we had asked that the town meeting authorize borrowing for 2 of the projects, understanding that they may be awarded ARPA funds. And so since they were awarded ARPA funds tonight, we're going to ask you to rescind that borrowing authorization for those 2 projects. And going forward to other town reserves, we're looking at our free cash and stabilization. The select board, under their comprehensive fiscal management policies, has set goals for where these funds should be. Currently, we're at 17.4% of the general fund operating budget, combined free cash and stabilization. So we're putting forward a recommendation, which you may consider at the annual town meeting, to increase stabilization to that 5% goal, which would be a transfer of approximately $1.8 million. This is our reserve summary. So you can see here under general fund free cash in the bottom right-hand corner that if everything is approved this evening, that 7.4 that you saw on the previous slide will actually drop down to the 16.96. As a reminder, our free cash is certified at the beginning of the fiscal year, which is July 1st. And so typically the majority of our free cash allocations happen at the annual town meeting. When we look at our data dashboard communities, we're looking at fiscal 22 because a lot of communities have not certified their free cash for fiscal 23 at this point. And so in looking at fiscal 22, you'll see that Westborough is on the upper end of the communities when compared to our dashboard. This slide shows a comparison of fiscal 22 to 23. So at the top, you'll see our free cash has gone from $13.6 million in fiscal 22 to $15.9 million in fiscal 23. You'll see our water retained earnings, our sewer retained earning, and country club, and those are all the retained earnings that function as free cash for those enterprise funds. And then our operating budget has gone up 5.29% since fiscal 22. You'll see the average single-family tax bill of $11,109 estimated to go up 7.6% from last fiscal year. And then the growth of our excess levy capacity to 14 million. Here you can see the historical growth of our excess levy capacity over the last 10 years. You can see that we've been increasing that excess levy capacity since fiscal 19. Moving on to residential and commercial values. One of the things that we talked about a lot as we were previewing our fiscal 23 budget was the residential value, and our finance committee chair alluded to that also in his comments. So you can see when you compare fiscal 22 to 23, the amount of the levy that's borne by the residential taxpayer has increased from 69.67% to 70.42%, and the commercial taxpayer has dropped from 30.33% to 29.58%. Here you can see the growth of the average single family value. So you can see a steady growth since 2010 with a large growth from 22 to 23 of about $100,000 in the average single family value. This slide shows a comparison from fiscal 21 to 23, and you can see that the town's value has grown about $1 billion since fiscal 21. You'll also see, when you look at the two columns to the right, the estimates for this fiscal 2023. The tax rate for fiscal 2023 is not set until the tax classification hearing, which happens in November. So at the annual town meeting, we were estimating an increase of $1,090. At the end of this town meeting, so if all of the articles that are raised and appropriate are approved, we would be estimating an increase of $781 to the average single family. Again, because we haven't set our tax rate, and neither have other communities, we're comparing our average single family tax bill in FY22 to our dashboard communities. So you can see us that green line there in the middle. And then this is a historical increase of Westborough's average single family tax bill, with that gray line showing what we were estimating at the annual town meeting, and that green line showing what we would be estimating if all of the articles that are raised and appropriate tonight were passed. So this slide shows what those articles are, the raise and appropriate articles that will impact the taxes. So there are 5 articles. They're all budget adjustment articles. And you can see on the right-hand side the estimated impact of each of those articles, which is that $96 that Mr. Brady spoke about. If everything was passed tonight, you would add that $96, which is inclusive in that $781. When looking at where the average single family tax bill increase and total tax bill is going, this slide has broken out the different services that the town offers, showing a dollar value and percentage amount to each type of service based on the average single family tax bill. As a reminder, all of these presentations are put online on the town's website under the town manager's office. And this is all I have. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for those remarks. Now moving ahead, Article 1, an article dealing with the prior year's bills. Do I have a motion? Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $3,072.89 for the purposes stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So this article will pay for several bills issued for costs incurred in previous fiscal years, and the town cannot pay a bill from a previous fiscal year without a vote of town meeting. So this funding, the $3,072.89, will cover the following costs. A Conservation Department fiscal year 2022 bill of $173.94 for a legal advertisement. a fiscal year 2022 bill in the town clerk's office of $119 for voter ID cards, and a fiscal year 2021 bill for $1,678.08 for printing of ballots. In the town manager select board's office, 2 fiscal year 2022 bills totaling $156.87 for printing of work schedule pads. Insurance bills from fiscal years 2018, 19, 20, and 21 totaling $494.99 for medical claims. And finally, a Veterans Advisory Board fiscal year 2022 bill for $450 for bus transportation for the Veterans Day event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any discussion? As you'll note, this is the most unusual case in the state law. Since it's a past year's bill, the requirement of a vote is 9/10 vote. So when the light goes on, a vote of yes is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion. Pressing two is a vote against Mr. Johnson's motion. Voting begins. Again, when you press the button, it should illuminate either the large numeral 1 or 2, and then switch to either say yes received or no received. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 387 in favor, 15 opposed. Let me do the math here. That should be a 9/10 vote, but let me check. Never hurts to do math, right? Just give me a second. I don't want to get this one wrong. This will be embarrassing. So let's see. So we have 387. One second. Mr. Payant, why don't you get ready to speak while I just do the math here quickly, okay? That is a 9/10 vote. The motion carries. Moving on to Article number 2, an appropriation related to the Commonwealth Transportation Infrastructure Fund. Mr. Payant.
Chris Payant, the Director of Public Works. I move that the town vote to transfer from receipts reserves account the sum of $4,740.60 for the purposes stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Payant.
This is funding that's provided to us from the state. It's generated by taxes people pay as part of rideshare services. It's a routine article. We typically get this every year, and we just need the town meeting to appropriate it so we can spend it on things associated with transportation.
Any questions? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Payant's motion. This one's a lot easier. It's a majority vote. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. A vote pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Payant's motion. A vote of 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. While we're waiting for the vote, Mr. Keogh, you can prepare yourself for the next one. You can probably cut it down to 15 seconds if you want. Okay. Thanks. We're cutting down the voting time to make things go a little faster. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 389 in favor and 12 opposed. The motion carries. Turning our attention to Article 3, dealing with the Finance Department budget adjustment, Mr. Keogh.
Yes, Sean Keogh, 5 Yorkshire Circle. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,962 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Keogh.
Yes, earlier this year, the Select Board approved changes to the Chief Assessor job description to reflect current roles and responsibilities as recommended by the Finance Director, the Town Manager, and the Assistant Town Manager. The result of these changes, based on criteria, was the recommendation to reclassify the position of Chief Assessor from a Step 7 to a Step 8, with the current employee remaining at the max step. This article would fund the difference in salary between the F7 max step and the S7 max step and the S8 max step, and would retroactively pay the employee back to July 1st, 2022.
Thank you, Mr. Keough. Questions, comments from Mr. Keough? Or about the article at all? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Keough's motion. When the green light goes on, a vote of 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Keough's motion. A vote of 2 is a vote opposed. When the green light goes on, voting begins. Let him reset the system. Ready? Voting begins. Again, voting 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. You should see the large numeral 1 or 2 on your display, and then it should switch to say yes received or no received. If you see anything different or have any questions, let us know and we'll have someone assist you. While we're waiting, I see Mr. Payant getting ready. Thank you. Okay, voting is ended. We have 327 in favor and 74 opposed. It was a majority vote. The motion carries. Turning our attention to Article 4, dealing with the fiscal year 2023 Public Works Department budget. Mr. Payant.
I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $76,000 for the Department of Public Works budget, raise and appropriate the sum of $31,000 for the Water Enterprise Fund budget, and raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 for the Sewer Enterprise Fund budget for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Payant.
So the town manager alluded to earlier some budget adjustments. This is one of them. Up on the slide, you can see the breakdown of what we're asking for. So across the top, 3 different budgets: the general budget, the water budget, and the sewer budget. Primarily, this funding is requested to pay for increased costs associated with fuel, both gas and diesel. Back in March, when we presented our budget, we recognized there were going to be increases in the cost of fuel, but at the time we being the town leadership collectively, decided to defer that request for additional funds until we see how the year played out. Now that we've seen the cost, they've stayed the same or relatively stayed the same as what they were in terms of increased costs, and so now we've recognized we need additional funding to pay the cost of fuel for the rest of the year. The fuel costs we're talking about are not just for the Department of Public Works. It covers police, fire, and other town vehicles that use fuel. So that covers the increase related to fuel. Under the water, there's an additional cost of $16,000. So our water treatment plant is operated by a contract water operator. Associated with that budget is an increase related to the Consumer Price Index. We typically estimate what that increase will be. This year we estimated it to be about 6%, ended up coming back at, you can see, 7.285, which results in the $16,000 shortfall in our ability to pay for that contract service. So we're asking for the adjustment so we can continue that service for the rest of this fiscal year.
Thank you, Mr. Payant. Questions, comments from Mr. Payant or on the article in general? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Payant's motion that I think we'll get back up on the screen. When the light goes on, a vote of 1. Can we get the motion on the screen, Mark? Yeah, oh, he's working on it. Okay, thank you. When the light, let's just wait for the motion to get up on the screen so you can all read it. Okay, so when the green light goes on, a vote of 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Payant's motion. A vote of 2 is a vote against. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. A vote of 368 in favor, 40 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. Moving ahead to Article 5, dealing with building maintenance. Again, Mr. Payant.
I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $35,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Pant.
So basically what this $35,000 covers is unexpected maintenance that we've had to do to two of our buildings. So in our town hall, our elevator was in disrepair. It cost us a certain amount of money to fix it. And then in our Department of Public Works building, our HVAC required repair. The two of those together collectively cost us $35,000, and that's not funding that's available readily in our budget. So we needed this additional funding to pay for those repairs.
Comments, questions, deliberation on Mr. Payne's motion, or Article 5? See, yes, Mr. Boulier, could you, Scout, is there a Scout still here? I don't see them. Mr. Boulier, could you go to the, oh, here comes the Scout. Could you go down here to the gentleman in the brownish maroonish shirt, please? Thank you. Wait for the microphone, please, Mr. Boulier. Name and address, please.
Hi, Steve Boudelieri, 9 Thomas Newton Drive, and I wanted to understand a little bit more about the elevator in disrepair. We recently refurbished Town Hall and added an elevator. Is it that new elevator that was in disrepair or a different elevator?
There's only one elevator in the town hall. I think it's been 5 or 6 years since the town hall was renovated. I can't speak specifically to what was renovated 6 years ago, but the elevator was not operating correctly or safely. And in order to allow people access to various parts of the building, we need to fix the elevator. So that's what,
Okay,
that's
so
what the planning's for.
my recollection is it was a brand new elevator, and that 5 or 6 years is not a long time in the life of an elevator, and I would expect it to run properly for more than just 5 or 6 years before being in disrepair enough that significant monies need to be spent on it. So my question is, does anybody remember how old it is, whether it might be under warranty, and has anybody looked into that? I mean, isn't it reasonable that a warranty for an elevator would be at least 10 years?
It does not fall under a warranty. If it had, then we would have obviously applied that. We need the elevator to function. It didn't function, and this is the cost to fix it.
No interrupting, Mr. Boulier, please. Thank you. Mr. Payne, finish your remarks.
I'm just saying that the elevator needs to be fixed, and it needs to be functional, it needs to be safe, and the cost to do that is what it is.
I understand that, what you're saying. It needs to be fixed, it needs to be safe, it needs to be repaired, but who should be responsible for paying that? Does anybody know if it's under warranty? And if it's not under warranty, why would it not be under warranty? It's fairly new.
Wait a second, hang on. Ms. Williams, you have remarks? Thank you.
The elevator was new when it was put into the building, but that was 7 years ago. As I think Director Pan has already answered the question about whether or not they looked into the warranty, and there is no warranty for the elevator.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Then my comment would be, how could we have bought an elevator and had it installed without getting a warranty?
Thank you,
Who was responsible for that?
Mr. Johnson?
Is that not
Mr.
unreasonable
Boulier, hang
to
on.
expect a
Mr.
warranty?
Boulier, hang
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. Yes, the town, the select board were responsible for that. There was a warranty on the elevator. The repairs that were covered here and the warranty that was there, these were not covered. That warranty for those parts had expired. It's 7 years old. We do regular maintenance on these things as any property. We have inspections as any elevator has to by state law. This was not covered under warranty. It needs to be repaired. We are responsible. You asked the question, we are responsible. There is not warranty. We looked at it. I apologize if you think there should be a warranty there. There isn't. That's the answer.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, a couple of, well, any other discussion? Seeing none, our action comes on Mr. Payant's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash $35,000. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. Ready? Let me get set up. Almost ready? Okay, voting has begun. Again, a press of 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Payant's motion. A press of 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has started. While we wait for the results, it's come to my attention that we've run out of copies of the warrant booklet. Two things. First of all, if you're near somebody and don't mind sharing a printed copy, that would be great. Second of all, if you brought your phone and or tablet, it's available as a PDF on the town website, which is, I believe, town.westborough.ma.us. And it's on the front page there. And we'll be showing the motions as we go. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 349 in favor and 68 opposed. That is a majority vote. The motion carries. Also want to mention just a this isn't a back and forth. It's unstructured. As I mentioned at the outset, it's a structured conversation. I'm going to ask everyone to make your remarks, wait for me to let the person respond to the remarks, and then after they're done, if you still have some time available, I'll allow follow-ups, but it can't get out of control with just talking back and forth. It makes it too hard to hear, and it's not the reason we're here. With that said, moving on to Article 6, 2023 School Department Budget Adjustment. Ms. Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kristen Vincent, 5 Jennings Road, member of the school committee. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $628,833 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you. Ms. Vincent, I turn it over to Ms. Bach.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Bach.
Amber Bach, 10 Arch Street, Superintendent of Schools. I'll present on Articles 6 and 7 together as they're interwoven. It's a brief presentation and should frame the discussion for you. Special education in the Westborough Public Schools. As a public facility, we are charged with providing access to public education for all students who live in Westborough. We strongly believe that students should have the necessary programming available to attend school in the community with their peers. We offer a successful wide range of programming that are flexible and robust that support students with unique learning challenges. Over 600 students require special education service delivery across a full range of complexities in Westborough, across the 6 schools, the preschool, and our borough program. They're very successful programmings and meet those students' needs and are continually evolving. Additionally, we have over 380 English language learners who receive additional program support and flexibility structures to allow them to make good progress in their learning. And over 25 to 30 students supported that are regular ed students who get flexibility and support through programming and mental health supports. All of this is part of requirements of running a public education. Out-of-district placement is a part of the public school process across all states and in the state of Massachusetts. A small number of Westborough students require out-of-district placements. Currently, 41 students pre-K to 22 are placed out of district because we are unable to meet their educational needs sufficiently. We budget annually for these placements as part of the special education budget. The budget holds a tuition stabilization fund that covers these placements after they occur and as they occur after the annual town meeting and the voted budget. Historically, the budget planning process over many, many years has been effective and stable in meeting these budgetary needs. Last year, we were presented with an exceptional challenge post-COVID that resulted in an anomaly of out-of-district placements. These are mostly related to extensive mental health needs or complex special education needs in combination with special mental health needs that we were unable to program. 9 students entered out-of-district placements last year. 2 additional student placements will be starting as of November 11/1 this year. Article 6 asks for the budget adjustment for the 8 students, 2 of which were move-in, that occurred during FY22, costing $539,000 for these out-of-district placements. Additionally, a 9th student moved into town and was already in an out-of-district placement, and by law, we are required to continue coverage and support of the student in that out-of-district placement. That student's cost is at the $89,833 annually. Please understand that these are students that have complex and multi-level needs. Out-of-district placement is exceptionally expensive, often residential and year-round. I know as you look at these costs, they feel excessive, and they are always concerning to us. We don't concern ourselves with keeping students from going to out-of-district placements if that's what they need. But we try to develop programming in-house because we firmly believe that children deserve the right to be educated in their community and that we can provide cost-effective, home-based, and supportive peer-based programs in Westborough. At the same time, we are always facing additional costs during the year as changes in billing occur at these out-of-district placements or new students arrive in town and other transportation costs might occur. So during the year, we are always managing unanticipated tuition or budget costs where we make budget reductions, changes, defer spending as part of the annual budget maintenance. Whoops, what did I do? Sorry. Article 7 is a free cash request for additional costs that are considered one time within this school year. Let me explain. We have 2 settlement agreements. Oftentimes we're working with families as we face differences in feelings about our ability to program a student in the district. We might feel that we have a program that is meeting a student's needs, and we need to work with families whose feelings are different. That is an emotional and complex process. Often it gets settled where a student might remain and we change programming in-house, which would have additional costs within the budget during the year, and we make those adjustments. If a student needs to go out of district, we might have a settlement where we pay a part of the cost in a one-time settlement agreement. Those are 2 settlement agreements made to private settings where we've worked with those families for closure on those cases. Those are one-time costs and therefore represent a free cash request. Additionally, we have students 10 and 11, as we've noted them here, who are going to go to out-of-district placements anticipated for November 1st placement. And you see the cost of those placements anticipated. Those students are being asked for as a free cash payment for this year because at the time of town meeting, as of now, they have not gone out of district, so we consider it an anticipated cost. You would see those built into the budgeting 9 and 10 students, 10 and 11 in the FY24 budget if their placements continue. So Articles 6 and 7 represent what we consider a concerning cost, but also an anomaly in that we've traditionally never had to return to ask for additional funds to manage the complexity at out-of-district placements that are an annual part of our budgeting. I would ask for your support, and I would open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. As Ms. Bach said, to reduce redundancy, she gave the presentation on both Articles 6 and 7, but at this time, let's keep deliberations strictly to Article 6 so we don't get confused about what we're voting for. Questions, comments, deliberative remarks? Yes, the gentleman standing up. Scout, down here. Bring them. No, over here. Standing up down here. While the mic's coming to you, who else wants to speak so I can get anybody else want to speak on this? Okay, down here, the Finance Committee next. Okay, name and address, please.
Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street. In the last school committee,
Hey, wait a second. Can't hear you.
Hello?
Okay, that's better,
I'm-
thank you.
I'm pushing forward for a no vote on this. In the last school committee meeting, these were one budget item, subsequently split into two because the select board negotiated to transfer $300,000 from the town's free cash. There is no free cash if you read the financial statement from the financial board. I propose the school department unfund some of their current woke projects to pay these unfunded bills. For instance, the electric bus fleet, anti-racism training indoctrination, diversity, equity, and inclusion for employees and students, electric charging stations, green energy solutions, no more of the Fails Green showcase projects, solar geothermal, first of its kind in the nation, pronoun training, the myriad of expenses that have nothing to do with educating our children.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Was there someone else, Ms. Bach, any response, or are you all set? Sorry, I left it. Is somebody raising their hands? Oh, okay, yes, up here. Again, just so you know, there are microphones down here. I did at the beginning of the meeting ask people not to congregate here, but if you're willing and able, I'm going to try to look ahead. Does anyone else want to speak who could come to a microphone and be ready so we can keep the pace up? Yes, if you could go to the microphone for next. Yes, please name and address and then your comments, please. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Durfee. I live at 29 Wayside Road, and I just...
Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Scout, can you help with that?
Thank you, sorry. Just a general question, because I am not familiar with this. Is it normal that every town, or is it the typical scenario, that the taxpayers fund this kind of out-of-district placement? I would have thought there would be like state grants or budgeting for that, because it may put, as we see, unanticipated financial stress on those who live in the town. Is this the structure that Massachusetts has, that it falls on the residents of that town? Or is this unique to Westborough?
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bach.
It's not unique to Westborough. It's the state process for educational funding in Massachusetts. We do receive what they call circuit breaker. You'll hear me present on that when we return to town meeting in March. And we always receive what they consider a circuit breaker, which is a portion of funds that we get from the state to cover part of out-of-district placement. So they'll give us a funded amount of a number. We file claims each year for our total costs for out-of-district placements, and the state will provide a circuit breaker reimbursement for a portion of the funds. So we are always, when we do the budget, this is remaining costs after we've applied circuit breaker. And circuit breaker won't bounce up on these additional costs for another year. So the state is always in a cycle of catching up with their funding. So, and regardless, they'll only give us a portion. So every year that I've been here, we're always seeing a gap. I mean, in theory, at some point, your circuit breaker could get caught up enough that you might not have a gap, but we've always traditionally had a gap. So we get some state funding. Yes, towns carry the burden of this cost, and we do our best to manage sharing it across all of our budget allocation to minimize impact.
Thank you. The standing microphone, please.
Okay, I'm Kathy Cavalieri, 16 Samuel Harrington Road. I just wanted to ask if at least the $600,000 portion of this were to fail, for example, what kind of cuts would have to be made in your budget to be able to come up with the money?
Sure. Annually, you know that we present that 85% of our budget is in staffing. So to take $1 million out, we would begin by immediately convening a leadership team and looking where we could exhaust any funds available without having to cut staff or programs. And then we would move into programs. We will move into before and after school program structures. We would cut staff that we feel we would have to limit programming options. I mean, we would just have to get to that amount. Could we not absorb it in exhausting other funding deferred costs? But when you have that much of your funding in staffing, it would definitely involve program-based staffing cuts.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. Were you wanting to speak, sir, at the microphone? Yes, name and address, please.
Rod Chaffert, 8 Parkman Street. First of all, I'd like to say I'd like to support this article. However, I think we have an unusual circumstances where I know we typically don't borrow from free cash, but I also saw the slide where Westborough has more free cash than many of our neighbors. I think as a one-time change that we save the taxpayers $81, and I'd like to make a motion.
You want to amend the motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, what is your amendment, Mr. Schaffert?
To see if the town will vote to transfer from free cash the sum of $628,833 or as such amount as the town meeting may approve for the purposes of increasing the FY 2023 school department budget.
Okay, I think you don't need the or other such amount because you're fixing the amount at the same amount. So essentially you are proposing changing the raise and appropriate to appropriate and transfer from free cash.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, we'll take that. So let me just so we have an amendment on the floor. We'll continue discussion. Discussion can be about the main motion or the amendment or just questions about the context in general. And then just so people are new to town meeting, we will vote on the amendment first and then we'll vote on the main motion once we figure out if it's been amended. Anyone else want to speak on this article? I'm trying to see hands. It's hard to see. Okay, person here, if you could go to the microphone here, if you're able to do so. Anyone from this side need to go to this one? If not, we'll wait for the voter to get there. While we're waiting for that, there are some blocks of seats that don't have people next to them, especially in the second and third row here, and one toward there. So if you can't see where the free seats are and you'd like to sit down, feel free to come forward and then turn around and look. As long as you're not disruptive, that's fine. Name and address of the person and then your comment, please. Thank you.
Diane McPherson, 32 Fisher Street. So my heart is beating so fast right now because in high school, back in 1990, I was a recipient of the kindness of my community to go to an out-of-district school, to which I then went back to my high school, graduated, got my associate's degree, my bachelor's degree. I'm here living in Westborough with my big mouth. During my career in education, I worked at the Walker Holman School in Needham. It is one of these out-of-district places. And my heart is beating for each and every one of those kids that I worked with. And I promise you that these kids are where they're supposed to be. And it allows all of our children to also be able to learn. Nothing can be taught or learned in a class if there is a child who can't manage being there. So if you don't care about these kids that need these out-of placements, then care about the kids that are normal or in the classrooms because they're affected too. And all the woke programming, it doesn't exist. It just doesn't. Go into the schools. Sit in a classroom. It is not happening.
Thank you.
Thank
that wasn't
you.
for you, Ms. McPherson. Just so for those of you who know, again, this is a legislative session. We don't really approve or condone applause. Your superpower is your vote. But
Your
but to keep
superpowers.
things moving, we do that.
I love
Thank you, Ms.
that.
McPherson.
I love your superpowers, everyone. I will just clarify one piece, which is every child we have is normal. And that's an important designation at any time. And so I don't know if people have other questions. We will accept the will of the town on any vote you make. I think it would be a big change of practice here that operational costs would be paid from free cash. I'll accept the will of the town for us to manage budget 23, and we would move forward on however you manage this motion. However, we have always held the standard that operational and ongoing costs are not paid for typically out of free cash, which is why we asked for it as a raise and appropriate. I certainly always respect the right of the town meeting to move motions and make amendments as needed. I think it's a relevant clarifying point as to why we requested it as a raise and appropriate. It's an ongoing cost. And would be a regular operational cost that will flow into the budget you would see for 24, and we will calculate and roll it in. but that cost won't go away at the close of the budget cycle. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. I'm going to just give the Select Board and the Finance Committee a few moments to see if they want to make any statements about the amendment. And while we do that, I'm going to tell you from up here, if you just raise your hand or you should be raising your voting device. If all you do is raise it, very hard to see. So if you raise it, if you try to move it, I mean, not to start the wave or anything, but anyway, Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. This is speaking to the amendment, and as Ms. Bach said, it is our practice not to try to use free cash, kind of a one-time spending for operating expenses. And I think as she mentioned, what happens is that's just pushing the burden down the road, and you're going to have a larger impact of absorbing that in the March town meeting. So we always look to, again, a vote of yes or no on a raise and appropriate. This is an ongoing expense that you will have within the budget. As she mentioned, this will be rolled into the operating budget this coming March for fiscal year 24. So our recommendation would be to vote no against the amendment, go back to the original motion of voting however you feel, yes or no, on this as an operating budget line item with a raise and appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Does the Finance Committee have a statement on it, or have an opinion on this or not? Mr. Beretti?
The Finance Committee has decided to vote on this, and if you'll give us a minute to
Yep, okay.
cast our votes.
All right, yep, that's fine.
Thank you.
Sorry, give them a moment. It's only fair for them to be able to figure out how they feel about this. For those of you who question whether it's in scope, because the article specifically says raise and appropriate, I gave it some thought, and I've determined that the town was warned that the taxes may be raised by this, but it's less of a burden on the taxpayer for a free cash. So if we went from a free cash to raise and appropriate, I think the town's voters would not have been warned. But in this case, I believe they've been warned that they may have had a tax burden, and now it would just be taken from free cash. So I will rule that the amendment is in scope if it passes. See if I've burned
Mr. Moderator?
enough time. Yes, who's talking?
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Mr. Brady. Oh, sorry, I didn't.
Sorry.
Mr. Brady.
Thank you. The Finance Committee has voted against the motion made to take these funds from free cash.
Okay, do you want to say what the vote was?
The vote was 5-1-1.
5-1-1. Okay, so
Oh, pardon me.
Oh, sorry.
6-1-1.
6-1-1.
Finance Committee people
That's
can't
all right.
add. That's me.
All right, I'm sure no one will ever mention that ever again. Okay. Okay, so all right, so that was 6 in favor of voting no on the amendment. So anyway, I see no other discussion. In that case, our action comes on Mr. Schaffert's motion to amend. So just to be extra clear while they get their thing set up, if you want to accept the vote yes on an amendment would change the main motion from raise and appropriate to free cash. So a vote of 1 or yes is yes in favor of the amendment, and a vote of 2 is against the amendment. Once we determine if the amendment is made, we then move to the main motion. So this does not have any impact on whether we're going to vote on the $600,000. There will be another vote on whether we do it. This is just a vote to amend the main motion from raise and appropriate to appropriate and transfer from free cash. Everyone think they understand? All right. Voting begins. 1 is a vote in favor of the amendment. Also, I should mention, if you change your mind after you voted, until the green light goes off, you can change your mind by pressing the other button. So 1 is in favor of the amendment, 2 is in opposition to the amendment. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 111 in favor of the amendment, 342 against. The amendment fails. We now move to the unamended main motion. If you could put that back up, Mark. We now have Ms. Vincent's main motion, a motion to raise and appropriate the sum that's there for the purposes stated in the article. Again, now we're voting on this motion. When the green light goes on, a vote of 1 is in favor of Ms. Vincent's motion. A vote of 2 is a vote in opposition. As soon as they're ready, the green light will go on. Voting begins. I'll remind people, if you do want to sit down, if you come to the front and turn around, you can find some pockets of free seats where you don't necessarily have to sit next to anyone. You can, if people, since we're not doing voting by raising of hands, if anybody has some free seats near them, there's some in the second and third row. Thank you. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 327 in favor, 127 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. We now turn our attention to Article 7. Again, we have a motion from Ms. Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Kristen Vincent, 5 Jennings Road, member of the school committee. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $300,519 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, and I will also remind people again of the correction that Mr. Beretti noted at front. On one of the early pages, it said the select board vote was 3-2. It was actually 5-0 to 0. That was just a document preparation error. For efficiency, Ms. Bach gave the presentation before on both articles, so at this point, we will open the floor for questions, comments, discussions related to Ms. Vincent's motion. This time, the main motion is to transfer from free cash, as you see there. And again, the amount of money is $300,519. If you want to make a comment, ask a question, please raise your voting device and wave your hand accordingly so I can see it. Okay. Scout, microphone down here again. Name and address, and then we'll go from there.
Just press once. Okay.
Name and address, please. I didn't catch it.
Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street.
Thank you very much.
I'm pushing a no vote on this also. Long gone are the days of academic rigor, truth, and discernment. Here to stay are social emotional learning, critical race theory, and comprehensive sex education. And while I respect those who wish to follow my path into school board service by going to all the school board meetings, take my word, your time, money, and energy are better spent replacing the system. Encourage your pastor to open a church-based school, homeschool your children, or create a neighborhood homeschooling group. Support private school tuitions, any alternative that is not funded by taxpayer dollars under the control of the government. And the school board members and the school board say they're not pushing the critical race theory. As you've heard, some people believe they're not, but they are. They bring the books up in school committee meetings and show what wonderful things they're doing, teaching the anti-racism, this, that, and the other thing, all of it. Thank you.
All right, so that's you encouraging people to vote no, and that's where they would cut the money from. Okay. Yes, down here. If you can get to the microphone before the scout gets to you, that'd be great. It's a race, but don't get hurt. The scout is winning. The scout is chasing the scoutmaster. Here we go. Yes, your remarks, please. Wait, now I got to get the mic on. Name?
Hello?
Yeah, name and
Yes,
address,
hi.
please.
I'm David Buffo, 21 K Street. I'm a little confused in that Ms. Bach explained these motions were intertwined. I understand that. I don't understand then why the first one was raise and appropriate and this one is free cash.
Okay, I think she did touch on it, but you're right. I don't remember
I'm
exactly.
sorry if I
So,
missed
Ms.
that.
Bach, if you could refresh our memory.
It's a procedural difference, actually, around the two students, 10 and 11, because we are here, it's October 17th, their outplacements have not yet occurred, so it's not an encumbered cost. but it is anticipated and those placements are set to happen, and we're waiting for the students to be able to move into those placements. But procedurally, when you look at it, unless we had those encumbered and known contracted costs already having occurred, as the other ones are in the other article, they would have been in that group. But because they're not, we'll pay them from, we've requested as a free cash because of proper procedure, and those would be then seen in the allocation of the budget increase when we come forward to town meeting. And the settlements are a one-time payment, and that is therefore a clear delineation of free cash one time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bach. Thank you, Mr. Buffalo. Yes, at the microphone back here. Name and address, please.
Matt Jerome, 20 Haskell Street. It's my understanding that high schools, lower schools, and even most higher learning facilities don't really teach critical race theory. Can anybody up
Okay.
there, of this
Wait, hang on.
$300,000, how much
Excuse
of
me,
this?
we're limiting the discussion.
No, I'm just wondering, I didn't realize that critical race theory was
Well,
part of this
this isn't,
$300,000.
as I mentioned at the outset of the meeting, the boundaries of discussion are whether we want to encourage votes for or against the article. If you'd like to talk about school committee policy, they have open forum at their meetings. That's the best place. So that right now, if you'd like to encourage votes for or against this motion and give reasons for it, you can have your 2.5 minutes, but this isn't the time for the school committee to address that.
Motion vote for.
Well, you can advocate for a position on this motion.
Advocate for a yes vote on this.
Okay.
Because I don't believe critical race theory is part of that amount.
Thank you. There's other avenues to address that. Thank you. I see nothing else. Oh, yes, could you get to the microphone behind you, please, and then name and address and show your voting device. Yeah, I see it. Okay, thank you.
Chris Comsey, 34 Long Drive. I just had one question. You said it was one-time settlement. So what happens to these kids in 2023 fiscal year?
Ms. Bach?
So there's settlement agreements, as they're noted on 2 students, are placement decisions that have been made, and those are currently out of district. So they have transitioned to out-of-district placements, and we worked with the families around the notations of the settlements.
So even if these kids continue to stay in the town,
That's why it's a
town is
settlement.
not responsible for
right,
those costs.
for those additional costs of the settlement-based decisions.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Seems like we're ready for the question. Our action comes on Ms. Vincent's motion shown on the screen to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $300,519. As they get ready, when the green light goes on, as always, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. Give us a second. Do we need to do it again, or are we all set? Okay. We have 363 in favor and 105 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. Turning to Article 8, we have an article dealing with the fiscal year 2023 Police Department budget. Ms. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $21,838 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you. Ms. Marshall.
This article will fund the first year of the recently settled police supervisors collective bargaining agreement. The contract is effective July 1, 2022 through July 30, 2025. Specifically, this article funds the following contractual increases in FY23. 2% cost of living adjustment, addition of Juneteenth as a paid holiday, 3 stipends that will increase from $300 to $750, totaling $1,350. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Questions, comments, for or against? Leave your voting device. I don't see any. If that's the case, our action comes on Ms. Marshall's motion shown on the screen to raise and appropriate $21,838. When the green light goes on, voting will begin. As is our custom, pressing 1 is a vote of yes, pressing 2 is a vote of no. Voting has begun. Voting is in. We have 362 in favor and 97 opposed. And that is a majority vote. The motion carries. Moving on to Article 9, dealing with the Assabet Valley Regional Technical High School budget adjustment. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Moderator,
Mr. Welch.
Patrick Welch, 15 Chauncey Circle. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $8,781 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant. Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Welch.
In 2021, Governor Baker recommended that cities and towns be able to use elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, also known as ESSER 2 funds, to reduce the FY22 minimum local aid contribution in the regional school district assessments. The legislature never enacted this recommendation, but Assabet Valley Regional Vocational School District decided to allow communities to reduce their FY22 assessment using other funds as a replacement for ESSER 2. At the end of fiscal 2022, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education determined that the town's minimum local contribution was not properly calculated for FY22 and FY23. Assabet Valley chose to cover the FY22 shortfall with regional school system free cash. Therefore, Westborough needs to raise an additional $8,781 in order to address the FY23 shortfall. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Welch. Raise your voting device and wave it back and forth so I can see it. Anyone else to speak? I see none. We will move ahead with a vote. Just so you know, the reason why the voting seems to take longer than usual, when we have fewer people, we can have the amount of time the machine is used to do all of its magic. And with this many voters, we're leaving it on longer to make sure all the votes are accurately counted and everything works correctly. So that's why we're having 20 seconds per vote. When the light goes on, pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Welch's motion to raise and appropriate. A vote of 2 is a vote against. Voting has begun. While we wait, Ms. Marshall can get ready for the next one. I'm sure she already is. Thank you. Try to find our time slices of efficiency wherever we can find them. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 417 in favor and 41 against. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. On to Article 10. Ms. Marshall.
Thank you. Shelby Marshall, 7 Charles Street. I move that the town vote to raise and appropriate through the Cable TV Enterprise Fund the sum of $50,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Ms. Marshall.
This article seeks to increase the funds for the fiscal 2023 cable TV budget based on a new contract with Verizon. The cable TV budget is comprised of the funds received by Westborough TV on behalf of the town from cable licensing agreements between the town and cable providers. This article has no tax impact to the residents of Westborough. It is simply the mechanism to allow these expenditures to be recognized on the town's financial records. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. For all of you who want to learn about the ins and outs of enterprise funds, there's some good documents the Finance Committee and the Finance team has. Just to clarify, the raise and appropriate, the money automatically goes into the enterprise funds, but it takes town meeting action to move them out. So that's why you see the raise and appropriate, but when it's from an enterprise fund, it doesn't go to the taxes, it comes from that enterprise fund. You can be on the Finance Committee for 8 years like me and figure all that out. Any discussion? Seeing none, once they're ready and once the green light is all set, a pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Ms. Marshall's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Look at Mr. Edinburgh already heading over there. Thank you. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 411 in favor and 38 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. I'll just remind people who are standing, if you would like to sit, I know it's hard to see where the empty seats are, but there are empty seats where you wouldn't have to sit next to someone. Feel free to come down to the front quietly and turn around and look for where the empty seats are. There are empty seats where you don't have to sit next to someone. Thank you for being here. With that said, Article 11, Mr. Edinburgh.
Ellen Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street, member of the Select Board. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $10,500 for the purpose as stated in the article as printed in the warrant. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh.
In late August, it was discovered that the town hall cooling equipment for the server room was leaking and was unable to be repaired. The technicians highly recommend the replacement of the air handler and the condensing unit, but the town will be able to reuse the existing refrigerant piping and electrical connections. Approval of this article would fund this replacement.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Anyone have any questions, comments, or whatever? Over here, yes. Could you scout down here to your right at the end, about half to two-thirds of the way down? Thank you. While we wait for the microphone, if anyone else wants to speak, they can move to one of the two standing microphones, if they're able. Thank you. Name and address, please.
Hi, Liam Clegg, 15 Oldham Road. My question is, what consideration you might have made to going to cloud servers or a similar thing for whatever your server room is for? I know in 2023 a lot of companies no longer have server rooms. Clearly having servers creates these additional costs. Can you just speak a little bit to that, please?
Thank you. Mr. Edinburgh.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The town is currently undertaking a comprehensive study of its IT services. It is still expected and anticipated, however, that there are some systems that need to be physically on premise because of the service they provide to the building and the town. It's not feasible at this point to put them into the cloud, so we would need to have some server equipment, networking, switching, routing equipment physically in the building still. And that equipment does need to be cooled in order for it to operate appropriately and also to protect its lifetime. And that having room too warm damages the equipment, it reduces its performance and lifespan.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Mr. Boudelieri, Scout, can you bring the microphone up to the back in the middle here?
Steve Boudelieri, 9 Thomas Newton Drive. I ask a similar question as the elevator question. Was this cooling equipment installed brand new when the town hall was updated?
No, this equipment was installed prior. This equipment was installed over 10 years ago. It was under warranty. The warranty had expired. The unit is past its typical life cycle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Edinburgh. Thank you, Mr. Boudelieri. Seeing none, no one else wishing to speak, our action comes on Mr. Edinburgh's motion shown on the screen. It's to transfer and appropriate from free cash $10,500. When the green light goes on, voting will have begun. Again, voting has begun. A vote of 1 is in favor of Mr. Edinburgh's motion. A vote of 2 is a vote in opposition. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 423 in favor and 23 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. Article 12, dealing with an ambulance replacement. Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from ambulance receipts reserved the sum of $357,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. deferring to Chief Purcell?
Yes, Chief Purcell will
Okay.
give the presentation.
Chief Purcell, thank you.
Moderator. Hi, my name is Patrick Purcell. I serve as your fire chief here in the town of Westborough, and I am here requesting funding for replacement of an ambulance. We would normally see you in the annual town meeting in the spring, and we are asking you to operate outside of the capital plan tonight to fund this purchase. As you all know, there's supply chain issues in many venues in society today. We're having a hard time getting different types of apparatus. You funded fire equipment for us over the last several years, and it's still 2 to 3 years away before we even see that come for our fleet. So the purchase tonight would allow us to access the Ford portal to order an ambulance now, which we would see 2 years from now is what we're being told, about 2 years from now, August or September of 2024. And that is the purpose for accelerating this and bringing it tonight. The funding for this comes out of the ambulance receipts reserved. And what that means is when the ambulance does a call here in the town of Westborough, we bill insurance, and we take a very small amount of the revenue that's generated and put it into a stabilization account to effect this purchase, so it doesn't come out of your tax dollars.
Thank you, Chief Purcell. Scanning the room. Yes, gentleman back here. Scout, it's on your left, my right, about 3 or 4 rows down. There we go. If anyone else is expecting to talk, if you can make your way to one of the standing microphones, that'll help us be more efficient. Name and address.
Yeah, Andrew Canningsburg, 3 Smith Street. I have a question regarding if you order it now, is the price fixed now, or will you have to be grabbing some more money in a couple of years if the price goes up?
I can tell you the price went up from the first time I quoted it in August until yesterday. So there you go. I mean, I can't tell you how much it's going to cost 2 years from now. I didn't know that there would be a price increase in 2 or 3 months now. Frankly, the prices are out of control in vehicles, period. Historically, what we've seen in our purchases with the last 2, we ordered identical fire trucks 8 months apart that were $100,000 in difference.
So it's possible that it'll end up costing more by the time you get it?
Yeah. Not possible, it will.
Got it.
Yes.
Hello?
Hang on, Mr. McCullough, can you hang on? I just
Sure.
want to, just hang on just a second. No, yes, somebody want to respond to that down here? Yeah, Ms. Williams?
So I think if we wait to order the ambulance, then the price will go up. But if we put our order in now, then it will honor the price that we get when we put our order in.
Yes, I apologize.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so if you vote yes tonight, I'm going to green light my vendor by text tonight and lock us in.
Okay, all right. So, slight misunderstanding of the question. Thank you for clarifying, Ms. Williams. Thank you, Chief Purcell. Mr. McCullough.
Yeah, Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive. I just wanted to find out if, with the increase in costs on ambulances and all, are you looking hopefully to kind of raise the fees that you charge the insurance companies for transporters, or trips down to the Willows and some of the other places, whether they're really kind of paying their fair share?
So ambulance billing is a very complex topic. Some of it is statutorily driven, meaning like Medicare, Medicaid, you can't charge more than a certain amount. And then there's a commercial carrier. We alter those fees every single year, and we follow the guidance of the Governmental Health Index, what they approve for an increase, and it's traditionally around 3 or 4% annually, sometimes a little bit greater the closer you get to Boston, but we look at those, revisit them every July, and we adjust accordingly.
Thank you. All right. Our action comes on Mr. Johnson's motion to transfer and appropriate from ambulance receipts reserved the sum of $357,000. Once they are set up and the green light goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 450 in favor, 15 opposed. That motion carries. It is a majority vote. Article 13, dealing with a catch basin cleaner attachment. Mr. Payant.
I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from free cash the sum of $168,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Thank you. Mr. Payant. Now we can learn what a catch basin cleaner attachment is. Oh, good, there are pictures.
So in the spring town meeting, the town meeting approved the purchase of a vehicle to replace the two vehicles shown here on the slide. So on the left here, these are two vehicles we currently own, and we funded at the March town meeting a replacement for this truck, and that replacement results in this truck here, this salt spreader, and this dump body. And we deferred the purchase of the catch basin cleaner based on cost increases at the time that were beyond the scope of the article we requested funding for at the time in March. So our end state is that we want to replace two trucks with one, and that one has multiple attachments that we can take on and off. So tonight we're asking for the funding, which we said we would ask for. So in March, we said we would come back in October to ask for this funding to pay for the catch basin cleaner. The catch basin cleaner is something that supports mandatory regulated things we're supposed to do, which is clean catch basins around the town. It's a essential piece of equipment. The equipment we're placing right now is a 1979 crane and a truck from the 1980s. So it's pretty old. It has to be replaced. And well, we're taking that equipment off of the road at some point. And so a smart move, I think, for the town would be to replace it, and that's why we're asking for that funding tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Payant. Seeing no discussion, sorry, I was looking for it, didn't see it. Thank you. Name and address, sir.
Ian Lyons.
Ian, wait a second. Ian, what was your last name? Yeah, just slide it on.
Ian Lyons, 8
Yep.
Maybury Drive.
Thank you.
What is a catch basin?
Somebody brave enough to ask. Thank you. Mr. Payne.
So if we've all been driving down the street, and you see the gutter along the side of the road, and at some point along the side of the road in the gutter, you see a probably 2 feet by 2 feet iron grate that water drains into. So what it drains into is a big concrete tub, and typically at the bottom of that tub is a sump. So that sump captures all of the sediment and material from the street, and then the water rises, and then it flows out to go where it goes, which is typically into a river or stream somewhere outside of the roadway. And so all of that sediment and material, whatever it is, it could be oil from your car, from your driveway, whatever, all of that stuff sits in that sump. Eventually the sump fills up and it needs to be dug out, essentially. And so this truck has a claw on it, which you can't really see in this picture, but it goes into the sump and picks up all of that material and puts it in the back of a truck, and then we have to dispose of that material. So catch basin is something you drive by thousands of them in this town. We have over 3,000 of them, and they're where your storm water drains into.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Boudelier.
Hi, Steve Boudelier, 9 Thomas Newton Drive. I'd just like a clarification. I'm a little confused what we're getting for $168,000. It says to see if town, to see if town will transfer from free cash sum of 168 or other such amounts, yada, 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 for the purpose of purchasing a catch basin cleaner attachments. is that for the catch basin attachments? Is it for the truck, or is it for the truck and the attachments?
The funding that I'm hoping you're going to approve tonight pays for this piece of equipment right here on the back of this truck. So this truck is already purchased, and in 18 months or 24 months, as the same thing for the ambulance, we'll see that truck show up. What we're purchasing tonight, or getting funding for tonight, is the attachment, which is this crane that goes on the back of that truck.
Okay, thank you.
All right. This time I will look at the microphones. Okay, yes. Mr. McCullough?
Yeah, Jerry McCullough, 27 Overlook Drive. My question is, on the attachment, that's more of a manual operation for cleaning catch basins. I believe they've got a vacuum-style truck for doing a faster, more fully cleaning of the manhole, the catch basins. Why aren't you upgrading from the 1980 style? Takes a lot more man hours to kind of clean the catch basin than the vacuum-style truck.
Yep, so a vacuum truck requires 2 operators. This truck requires 1 operator. The primary difference between the trucks is that when you use the vacuum truck, it takes everything out of the sump, and including the water. And so then it goes in the truck, then we have to drive the truck back to the yard, empty out the truck and all the water, and then bring it back to do the work. Whereas with this clamshell contraption, it takes out the debris, but it doesn't take all of the water, and that does a lot of things for us. It means we can take more stuff out at a time because we're not filling up space with water. And when you take out all of the water, ultimately you're getting more material, which we have to then dispose of in some form or fashion. So it's more cost effective when we can to use this type of truck.
One other follow-up question, then you talk cost effectiveness. Have you taken any sort of look at, instead of replacing and doing the catch basin cleaning ourselves with our trucks and equipment, would it be more cost effective to hire a company that just does strictly catch basin cleanings? I know a lot of towns in the area have companies just come in and on a periodic basis, they know which catch basins they want cleaned out, and over a 5-year period, maybe every catch basin in town gets cleaned, but you do it on a systematic basis, so we wouldn't have this sort of investment required. You'd have a smaller investment every year.
Yeah, we have looked at options for subcontracting all kinds of services we provide. And in this particular situation, it would not be, in my professional opinion, but also the opinion of our staff, that would be the smartest route and the best route for the town.
Thank you. This time for sure. Okay. Can you move your hand, please? Oh, there you go. Okay, thank you. Name, address, et cetera. Yeah.
Paul McGraw, 56 Bowman Street. Just for clarification on the gentleman previous on this article, it says we are voting for the purpose of purchasing a catch basin cleaner attachments. So are we buying a catch basin cleaner attachment without the S? Or are we buying catch basin cleaner attachments, get rid of the A before it? So is it singular or plural? I think that's to clarify the gentleman before us.
Mr. Payne.
It's singular.
Okay.
We're buying one attachment as pictured on the stream.
Thank you for pointing that out. That's why I love the English language. Okay. Seeing no other raised voting devices. Our action comes on Mr. Payant's motion to transfer and appropriate from free cash $168,000 for the purpose stated in the article, which was clarified to be if we purchase a catch basin cleaner attachment. When the green light goes on, voting will be in. A vote of pressing 1 is a vote in favor. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 431 in favor and 33 opposed. The motion carries. That is a majority vote. On to Article 14, dealing with water system improvements. Again, Mr. Payant.
I move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from water retained earnings the sum of $550,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant.
Mr. Payant.
Some of you may be aware we have 2 water treatment plants in the town. One is our primary plant off of Smith Valley Parkway, and then we have a second plant at the Department of Public Works yard. That plant at the DPW yard receives water from 2 different wells. One of those wells was tested, all of our wells were tested. The well that feeds to the plant at the DPW yard was identified as having PFAS, which is a regulated contaminant that exceeded the allowable limit for PFAS that's set by the State Department of Environmental Protection. So at the time that well was shut down, and actually the 2 wells together were shut down, so we're not taking water from either of those wells right now. So that happened in 2020. Immediately after that was identified, we applied for a grant that did an assessment that helps us figure out how we could solve this problem. That grant, which was not paid for by the town, provided this report that gave us a recommendation on how to address the issue. Over the course of the next year, we identified options to address the issue, and now we've come to a point where we have a plan to correct the issue, which means we're going to install a treatment process in the plant at the DPW yard that's going to remove the PFAS contaminant from the water. So tonight we're asking for funding, which is $550,000 to pay for the design of that treatment addition to our treatment plant. So what that does is allows, so a couple things. So typically we come to you in March with our capital projects, and we go through a series of meetings and lots of process to decide and discuss whether these things are appropriate or not. We've taken this one kind of out of the normal process and brought it to you tonight because there's lots of funding out there from the federal level that's providing assistance to towns specifically for PFAS, but you have to apply for it. You have to meet certain criteria. So we've initiated the process to receive funding through the federal program and ultimately a state program for construction of this plant. That process is happening in parallel right now as we're talking about design. That funding will not, that grant funding or whatever it ends up being, because it's still being determined what form it will take in terms of funding, that will not pay for the design. So one way or the other, we have to pay for the design of the plant. And the sooner we get the funding, the sooner we start the design, the more competitive we are for future money for construction. So that's why we're here tonight. That's why we're asking for this funding. The timeline up there just is to let you know that this process has been ongoing. It's lengthy, takes lots of time. We're trying to move it through as rapidly as we can. I think everybody's aware that this past summer, well, actually, we're still in a mild drought across the central region of Massachusetts, which is where we are in terms of drought management. And right now we have 2 wells that we're not pulling water from. That's pretty significant. And although we've been able to provide the water that the town requires, it would it's in our best interest to bring those wells back online as quickly as we can, and this is the process we think is going to get us there. So subject to any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Payant. Yes, Mr. Baldwin at the back microphone. Name and address, please. Can you slide the switch forward? Does that one, or press the button?
Ed Baldwin,
Thank you.
25 Mount Pleasant Street. I'm in favor of this article. I like to drink clean water, but I want to ask, do you have an estimate for what the cost of the actual construction might be, and how much of that the various grants could keep? I know this is very early, but just what we might get in terms of grants.
So the preliminary estimate we have is between $6 and $7 million. And in terms of the potential federal support, it's 0% financing and potentially principal forgiveness. We're not sure yet if it's going to be the entire amount or if it will be some portion. That's ultimately driven by how many different towns apply for this funding and how they want to disperse the funding across the various towns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, in the middle here, Scout, is the Scout still here? Could you come down right in the middle section? Gentleman standing with the hat. For those of you who are standing who would like to sit, there's at least room for 7 or 8 people who wouldn't necessarily have to sit next to one another. If you spread out down here, you're welcome to stand if you want, but if you can quietly come down front and turn around, you can see where the empty seats are. Yes, sir.
Gary Kessler, 20 Ruggles Street.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Gary Kessler, 20 Ruggles Street.
Thank you.
Do we know where the PFAS is coming from?
We do not, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hang on, just making some notes here. Yes, at the gentleman back here.
Hi, Liam Clegg, 15 Oldham Road. I was going to ask the same thing, what we know about where the PFAS is coming from. And do you really know nothing? Is there, I know very little about chemistry and water and such myself. Do we have some sense of what type of processes generate such contaminants, whether they're environmental or tend to be from a specific plant or a specific style of something that might used to have been going on?
So specifically for the well we're speaking about and the source of the PFAS, we don't know. In regards to where it generally comes from, it's a man-made, it's found in just about all waterproofing material, food wrappers, it's present in a whole host of different things that we use on a daily basis. Dental floss. I mean, there's a whole list of things that's publicly available in terms of EPA or DEP websites. A major source of it has been in the past chemicals used to put out fires. So so several towns in Massachusetts that are near the former military bases that we've had, near Fort Evans and other places, they have significant amounts of PFAS in their water that they're addressing, and that was specifically attributed to the military base. But for us here in Westborough, I can't say where it came from, and I don't know how long it's been there. We just know it's there, and we want to take care of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, in the back, person standing about, the Scout's already there. Nice job.
Lynn Van Doren, 6 Maple Circle. With the design of this, would the same mitigation be able to be applied to the other plant should PFAS eventually be found in our other sources of drinking water?
Mr. Van?
So if I understand your question, well, I'm not sure I understand specifically, so I'll just give you 2 answers. One, we'll fund this, let's say we fund this, build this, we'll apply it to the treatment plant at the Westborough DPW yard. It will only address water coming from that source. So it has nothing to do with the water that goes through that treatment plant, has nothing to do with the water that comes through our town's main treatment plant. If in the future we determined that PFAS was entering our water system that was fed to the, what's called the Fisher Street plant, then we would have to do some addition to the plant that would allow us to treat that PFAS. I don't know, there's a variety of ways to treat it, so I don't know what that would be at the Fisher plant, but we currently don't have a system in place that would treat it. So I guess the point is we would have to do the same process again at the other plant if at some point we discovered there was PFAS in the water that was going through the other treatment plant. So
Okay,
hopefully
for follow-up, I was curious if the design would be able to be used as well on the other water treatment plant, or if we would have to start from ground zero.
We would essentially be starting over because it's different situation essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman at the microphone.
Scott Parker, 192 Milk Street. Just curious, what would be involved in trying to find out the source of the contamination? That's part A. Part B, could that contamination be coming from the DPW?
So to determine, so in general, we've asked the question, we've looked at it very macro level, are there any obvious sources for the PFAS, and we haven't identified anything. I'm sure if we wanted to put money into it, we could more extensively evaluate the groundwater sources, and it would be a pretty extensive project to try and figure that out, and I'm not sure we'd actually come to a decisive conclusion. So is it possible to try to do that? Probably. Is it, so that's the answer. It's probably possible to do what you're asking, but I don't know that we would get to anything more conclusive than what we know right now. In terms of whether it's coming from the DPW yard, it's not. The wells that are, the treatment plant is on the DPW yard because that's town property, but the wells are not located near the DPW yard.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kenningsburg, scout down here. The gentleman has their hand up. Oops, sorry. Okay, I'll come to you. If you want to, you can come down to the microphone. If not, I'll get you next, okay? Oh, no, sorry, no, Mr. Kenningsburg was supposed to go. I'm getting the next person ready, sorry. Just trying to make this efficient, not confusing.
Just wanted a point of information about these PFAS chemicals. The regulatory limits in these things are like in the parts per trillion, which is a tiny, tiny, tiny amount. And these chemicals are ubiquitous in the environment. And even if you could find the source, remediating the source and getting it out of the aquifers so that we get it out of the wells would probably is much, much more expensive, I think, an undertaking than just treating it at the water treatment plant. So, for example, my understanding from talking to some DPW a few months back is that one of the Chauncey wells had no PFAS. The other one, which was just, 50 yards away, did have it and had to be shut down. So it's probably much more cost effective based on what I know to just treat it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kenningsburg. Gentleman at the standing mic, thanks for coming down.
Steve, President?
Yeah. Oh. Try again.
Steve Hart, 22 Brewer Drive. I'm just interested to get into my head where the sum of money that was being asked for has come from. Is it an educated guess by the DPW of what this will cost, or has it been the subject of some RFP and you've had quotations from whoever you've gone out to? Because $550,000 for what is not a unique problem, because other towns have the issue, even large industry. I'm just interested how we get to that sum of money for a design phase of this project.
So just in general terms regarding design costs, this isn't, precise, but typically it's about 10% of the construction cost is associated with the design, and the design costs, which also cover the services associated with the project management over the course of the project. The number we have tonight, 550, that's based on the preliminary report that was done in 2021 through a consultant, an engineering consultant, and after their analysis and their production of a conceptual design, this is the cost estimate that resulted.
Okay, thank you.
So it's not a guess, and it's not a guess, and it's not even an educated guess. It's based on engineering.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Shea, scout down here, now down this way. Mr. Shea standing up. Name and address, please, Mr. Shea.
Tom Shea, 15 Cross Street. Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to end debate.
Okay, Mr. Shea has made the motion to end debate. That is it's a non-debatable motion. For those of you new to town meeting, once we've had adequate discussion, we've been at this coming up on half an hour. Been at this for 15, 20 minutes, and mostly having questions. I will rule in scope or in order. This motion is strictly to terminate debate. It is not how we want to vote on the final motion. It requires a 2/3 vote. And so as soon as the green light's ready, this is a motion to terminate debate. A press of 1 is a vote to terminate debate, in which case we will immediately go to the main motion. Pressing 2 is a vote to continue debate. Voting has begun. And as I said, it requires a 2/3 vote. Hopefully math will be easier than a 9/10, but it is. Voting has ended. We have 428 in favor of ending debate, 28 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. Debate is ended. We now immediately turn our attention to the main motion made by Mr. Payant, which is to move that the town vote to transfer and appropriate from water retained earnings the sum of $550,000 for the purpose stated in the article as printed in the warrant. When the green light goes on, this time a vote of 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Payant's main motion. Pressing 2 is a vote in opposition. Once they're ready and clear the system out, voting begins. Again, 1 is in favor of Mr. Payant's motion, 2 is a vote against. Mr. Payant gets a well-deserved break. Voting has ended. We have a vote of 447 in favor and 30 opposed. The motion carries. That is certainly a majority vote. We now move, our next 2 articles are both related to a public library building project, but they are separate aspects of the same thing, so I believe we're going to handle them separately. And we will now turn our attention to Ms. Amiot for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I move that the town appropriate the sum of $36,698,556 to fund demolition, landscaping, paving, utility, and other site improvements incidental or directly related to such construction, renovation, and expansion, to fund necessary architectural, engineering, or other professional and legal expenses and fees associated with this project, to fund temporary library operational space, storage, and moving expenses, to fund furnishings and equipment, and to fund the payment of all other costs incidental or related thereto, to be expended under the direction of the Library Building Committee. That to meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow said amount under and pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7-1, or any other enabling authority, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. Further, that the town is authorized to apply for and accept any grants or loans available for this project, including the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners grant, and the amount of the authorized borrowing for this project shall be reduced by the amount of any grants received for the project prior to the issuance of bonds or notes under this vote.
Thank you, Ms. Amiot. Presentation by Ms. Amiot and Ms. Johnston.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening. I'm Maureen Amiot, 6 Arch Street, Library Director.
And I'm Mary Johnston, 5 Sandra Pond Road, Chair of the Library Board of Trustees. We are so pleased to finally bring you this project before you for a vote. So let's talk about libraries.
If you haven't been in our library or any public library lately, we are no longer book warehouses staffed by cardigan-wearing librarians telling you to shush. Modern libraries play an increasingly diverse role in their communities. Today's libraries have things like digital collections, technology access, including research in the library, take-home technology, non-traditional items, classes, story times, book clubs, notary services, events, volunteer opportunities, and lectures for people of all ages, and of course, books. We are a social, cultural, and educational hub for our community. In short, public libraries provide multi-use space and services for patrons regardless of age. Public is our middle name, and as such, we serve everyone in the public, and everyone is welcome. We serve every member of our community: seniors, adults, teens, children, and even babies. There is no one in the Westborough community that can't be served by the library. Here are a few examples. For seniors, we provide regularly scheduled technology help, home delivery of materials, workshops, movies, lectures, and large print materials. For adults, we hold a morning and evening book club. We have a library of things, the non-traditional items I just mentioned, repair cafes, plus art shows by local artists. Teenagers can volunteer at the library. They love our teen librarians' scavenger hunts, escape rooms, and movie nights, our late night exam cram, and hands-on crafts like origami and felting. We have a multitude of children's programs, which include story times, Lego building days, chess club, and our new pond program, special events just for kids in 4th through 6th grades.
Aside from the age-specific programs, we have events that are geared for the whole community. These are a few of our popular programs and services for everyone. With a larger, more flexible space, we will be able to provide more services for everyone in Westborough. Looking ahead to the future, here's what the library may look like. The renovated building will feature a new side entrance on Parkman Street with a ramp and stairs leading to the door. A covered porch will allow for outdoor seating and programs. Walkways and landscapings will be improved. It is important to note that this is an architectural rendering only, and the building will not be painted white. Books and other materials, expanded seating, and study space for adults will be located on the main and lower levels. The new plans would increase the meeting room's capacity from 40 to 65, move it to the main floor, and allow for simultaneous use by smaller groups. It will have access to the covered porch to allow for outdoor events. Additionally, the plans also include a number of smaller study rooms for tutoring, quiet study, Zoom calls, or community meetings. The new building also includes sufficient archival storage space to preserve the town's vital historic documents and artifacts for future generations.
One of our goals in the new building is to create interactive elements for children of every age, including toys, appropriate technology, and a variety of hands-on items that can also be checked out and used at home. The new children's department on the top floor will be a lighter, brighter space. Westborough history will be woven into the design, like this concept of a seating and play area for young children that honors Westborough's history as a transportation hub. Also note the lower height bookshelves to allow staff to have good sight lines throughout the space. A new children's patio area above the covered porch would feature large windows that could slide open during nice weather and be open to the outside. A skylight would bring in natural light. A new, larger space for teenagers will be located on the lower level, near the books and materials for adults. Teens are located across from the quiet reading room in the existing library in a space that can only hold about 10 people. The new building will give them more room, a better location, and a welcoming environment. So why now? Westborough's population has increased 57% since 1980 when the building was last renovated. 57%. Just as the population has increased, the way people use libraries has changed dramatically. In 1980, we didn't have cell phones, internet, Wi-Fi, or libraries of things. We had card catalogs, and we loaned books. The desires and expectations of our community now are very different. As you'll see in a moment, our infrastructure prevents us from meeting the needs the community has asked for and expects. The library was awarded its $9.4 million grant. We will never be able to leverage state support for this project the way we can now. We have been working on this project for 10 years. We've been working with the best professionals possible to bring this project to you tonight. We applied for the construction grant, waited our time through the waiting list, refreshed the design and cost estimate, and now all we need is your yes vote to make the vision a reality. This project is part of the town's strategic plan, has been included in the capital plan for multiple years, and has been since the project's inception. We can't provide the services you are asking us for in the space that we have now.
Our building currently has several major issues that need to be addressed. The electrical infrastructure is inadequate for a modern library. In the staff and public areas, we've had to seek the help from an electrician to safely link power strips together in order to run all the computers we need. There is no space for patrons to easily plug in a cell phone or charge a computer when you're at the library. Our data infrastructure is also inadequate for a modern library. We don't have a wire closet or a server room. Instead, our data cabling and hard wire sits on a bookshelf and runs through a cardboard box into an opening in the wall.
The beautiful slate roof on the 1908 building is now 114 years old. Roofs of this type have a lifespan of about 120 years. Weather and storms over the years have taken a toll, with cracked or missing tiles and none left to swap out. The pins that hold them to the roof are disintegrating, and it's time for a replacement. The windows in the old building are the original single-pane windows that were installed in 1908. They are rotting and need replacement. We've always been good stewards of the town's funds and have carefully balanced the repair needs with our desires to keep costs low and leverage our construction grant. But the time has come for these repairs to be made, whether through this grant process or not. The library cannot function much longer in the current condition that it's in.
We know this project is expensive. To give you some context, the other 12 communities that are discussing their library projects at fall town meetings have also seen a cost increase that average 52%. We are not alone in facing huge cost increases. We have joined together and mounted a campaign to acquire some of the state's $2.2 billion in unspent ARPA funding to cover our unprecedented cost increases. Although we don't have an answer right now, we expect to know in the next 6 weeks whether ARPA funding will be available. The total ask for all 12 libraries is $87.6 million, and of that, our share would be $13 million, on top of the $9.4 million we already have from our grant. This initiative demonstrates how committed we are to seeking alternative funding avenues to help reduce the cost of this project. We have also been asked, why not just repair what needs fixing? Repairs don't address the infrastructure challenges that prevent us from serving the community. Aside from that, piecemeal projects historically cost more and take longer to complete. Just fixing any single item on our repair list would require us to come into full compliance with the Americans with Disabilities Act and to bring the entire building fully up to code. Base repairs of this nature are not eligible under the funding from the Massachusetts Board of Library Commissioners under the grant we have now or any future grants. We asked our design team to estimate that work. The estimate is about $19 million. The MBLC funds renovations, expansions, and new construction only, and expects its cities and towns to maintain and repair their own facilities.
Saying no to this project and walking away from the grant funds would mean that our $9.4 million would be awarded to the next community on the waiting list to fund their renovation project. We would have to do repair work to keep the library functioning, and it will be years before another grant round is available. We lose all our leverage for future consideration by letting millions of dollars walk out the door. Our infrastructure challenges will remain and will get worse over time. A yes vote means that the taxpayers realize a cost savings of 25.4% on this project. We preserve our historic library, and we build a library that meets our needs now and into the future. To summarize, the library building is in need of repairs and upgrades today. We have $9.4 million that will be ours if you approve this article. If you say no, our funds go back into the pot and will be awarded to another community to fund their renovation project. This is our once-in-a-generation or possibly once-in-a-lifetime chance to improve this vital resource for decades to come. We have an opportunity to build the library that our town needs, wants, and deserves now and for the future. We're ready to hear your questions and to discuss further.
Thank you very much. All right, so I know there's a lot of people here. I will give one more reminder. There are some places to sit down here. If you don't want to stand, just come down quietly and look for a place, and there are places to sit. Let me just get a sense of how many, I'm going to try to pick from around the room. How many people want to speak on, know that they want to speak on this article right now? Okay, I see a few here in the middle and there's one in the back. We'll start, Scout, why don't we go with the gentleman front row to your left, my right, yep. Yes, you with the black mask on, yep. We'll start there and then we'll circulate around. Again, as we go, name and address, please, and keep your remarks as brief as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Joshua Gordon, 33 West Street, downtown. I love having the library downtown. I can walk to the library, and I've always appreciated that. My concern, given the rise in the construction costs, when I looked at the library alternative locations that were proposed by the Library Building Committee, they were in places like the old state hospital grounds or the senior citizen center. Was any consideration given to Bay State Commons as a possibly more cost-effective location back when Bay State didn't have a lot of businesses in place?
Thank you. Can you address that?
Thank you for that question. That was not a site that we examined as an alternate location. At the time, there was no property that we could build upon at Bay State Commons, and a 50-year lease on property would not be a cost-effective option for the town.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Scout, down here, I'm gonna cycle down through this, and then I'm gonna go here. So down here's the third row, woman with her hand up. Ms. Allen, name and address, please.
Chris Allen, 8 Edward Dunn Way. Please excuse me if my speech is a little strange. I had 2 wisdom teeth removed this afternoon, and it's not as much fun as town meeting. I'm speaking to you tonight as the author of On the Beaten Path, the Westborough local history book, because I spent years of research in our library on local history to write this book. I'm also speaking as a former selectman and as a former library trustee. I moved to town almost 50 years ago, and as a newcomer, the first thing I did was visit the Westborough Public Library. I felt very welcomed, comfortable, and at home. My kids loved the children's room, particularly the story hours, the recreation, and the magic of the books they discovered there. It was more and more a building I cared about as the years rolled on. I was elected a library trustee and served on the building committee of the first library edition in 1981. Now, the Westborough Public Library, although beautiful, needs to be caught up to the 21st century with better resources for computing and meeting and modern spaces for the children, the teens, the young professionals, and even retirees like myself. I think that the Westborough Public Library serves as not only a library for research, study, gathering, and recreation. It is, or would serve as, a community center that will be so important with modern facilities that we need. In my experience of using the library for nearly 50 years, I believe that Westborough Public Library is the one place in town, besides Yeoman's, where families of all cultures and ethnicities and ages can come together regularly to celebrate our beautiful learning space that a library is. The Westborough Public Library is the heart of Westborough, and I urge you tonight to vote for Article 15.
Thank you. I'm going to do Ms. Emery, then I'm going to hop over to this side of the room. So Ms. Emery.
Thank you, Mr. Mott. I'm Lee Emery from Pine Emery Road. I'm a member of the Library Building Committee, for which I volunteered in 2014 as the Board of Selectmen's liaison, and am now a resident volunteer. My mother, Mrs. Emery, better known to many people as Hoppy, was the first children's librarian, and in 1980 she masterminded the current facility to better bring varied and robust programs to children and to get their room out of the dark basement near the boiler. In 1980, the town residents numbered, as you heard, 13,600 and some, and we've grown to 21,000, almost 500, and our needs for all patrons have grown proportionately. Our 2022 circulation was 265,400, and of that, 111,000 were for children. This renovation, in my mind, will be the most important upgrade for the next 50 years and will last that long. We have, after 8 years of assiduous study, countless meetings and surveys of the users to find out what we actually need to move ahead. Yes, the timing is difficult right now. We've been talking about all the needs for spending in our town. But when you look at the amount that will be caused in our increase in taxes from this, it's actually pretty small. And it's a much better investment in my mind than just spending the $18 million that we won't get anything back for to just fix what we have. So this is our chance, probably the only one we'll get to get outside funding to build the library of the future. I know my mother would be proud to see the town continue to support the rich environment for learning and growth for children, as well as all patrons. I fervently hope that the majority of us can recognize the well-planned, orchestrated, and funded program we are proposing and vote to support this article required to accept the grant and to move ahead to fund the rest through the town. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Emery. I see a couple of people at the microphone there. I just want to get a sense. I did 3 from this side. I'm going to try to do 3 from this side. Who else on this side would like to speak? Okay, in the back there. Okay. So we're okay. The woman at the standing at the microphone with the gray sweater. Are you waiting to speak? You can go next. No, go ahead. Your turn. Name and address, please. We'll see if I think they're monitoring the volume upstairs. Just try it. Give it a try.
Melissa Marriott, 3 Brook Way. I guess I have questions about your metrics. So when you talk about library users, how many users are there out of the 21,000 people that live in town?
Ms. Amia?
Because I guess what I'm trying to get to is how much per capita is this going to cost? How much is this going to affect the property tax of our homes that are already $10,000 plus and now no longer available for a write-off on your income tax? And are you, if the library serves, say, 2,000 regular users, I'm not sure that the other 19,000 people that live in town want to spend this much money on it. And also, where else, have you considered using any of the, say, office space that's right off of Route 9 by 495 or on Route 9 by the Dunkin' Donuts and the, I think Liberty Mutual is in there. Like, isn't there, there's no lease space that could be made amenable for a library? Because this still has no parking. You still can't get there from the far side of town, Southborough side, easily because of the traffic at the Rotary. And it just seems like it's a lot of money to upgrade a building, that hasn't necessarily been maintained and upgraded that well over, say, the last decade, 15 years.
Thank you. Ms. Amia, Ms. Johnston, any comments?
So that's a lot of questions, so I'll try and make sure I hit all of them. So your first question about how many people use the library. One of the statistics that we have to report to the state every year is how many registered card holders we have. So how many people have library cards from our library. For fiscal year 22, we had 15,441 card holders. Of those, 12,556 were Westborough residents. So sometimes someone will come from another town and want to get a library card. They can get a Westborough card, but we don't count them as a Westborough user. They're actually a user of Grafton or a user of another library, but they can apply for a card anywhere. So we have 12,556 Westborough residents with library cards. Last year, one of the other numbers that we report is how many people come through the door in a year. And we don't have a way to keep track of how many unique users. The only way we could do that is if we asked you to sign in every time and kept track of how many times you came to the library. We would never do that. That's your privacy and your business. But our door count for last year was 107,606. So the library is very well used by the community and is usually a very busy place. And as for the question about did we consider relocating out to an office park on Route 9, that was never a consideration. As I was just talking about with Bay State Commons, leasing an appropriately sized space for a library would be cost prohibitive for the town over the lifespan of that time period we're looking at for our renovation. But overwhelmingly, for the last 12 years since I've been the director of the library, every single survey that we've done, we did a community survey this past spring and asked about the library, the location. And I remember seeing one of you in that survey said, the exact words were, "Don't you dare move the library out of downtown." And we know that the library brings people to the downtown. We know that it's a driver for businesses, that people will come downtown to the library and then stop at some of the other small businesses downtown. So we've heard the message loud and clear that the community wants us to stay where we are, renovate and improve the facility that we have, and not move out of the downtown area. Did that answer all of your questions, or did I miss one?
What's going to be the effect of, on your income tax, or
Oh, yes.
how is this, the bond going to be structured to?
Gotcha. There's actually a really great explanation of that on page 4 of the R&R book that explains.
There weren't any more available when we
Oh,
got
I'm so
here.
sorry. Here, let me pull that up. It's on page 4. There's a section about capital projects and expenditures, and so what it says here is, depending on the borrowing schedule and other related factors, the estimated tax impact can range from $180 to $317 on the average home, with an estimated average of $245 over the term of the borrow.
So is that for the 26 million that you're borrowing? Is the 9 million part of the 36 million?
No.
Or is that, no? So you're, okay.
It would be 36 million minus the 9.4 million.
Okay, so it is counted as part of the 36. All right, gotcha. I think that's good.
Okay, thank you. Next, the gentleman, and then I saw the woman who was sitting down will be after that. Is that Mr. Dunbeck?
Yes, I'm Pete Dunbeck, 8 Wayside Road. I'm a member of the Library Building Committee and also the chair of Sustainable Westborough. But my comments are my own, not endorsed by either committee. When the Climate Action Plan was adopted by the town and approved by the Board of Selectmen, one of the strategies we identified was to lead by example in the design and building of our buildings and the operation of our buildings. And so I joined the Library Building Committee specifically to be part of that process to ensure that we are leading by example. And through the interaction with the architects and the committee itself, I'm pretty convinced that the building is quite a good example for us. It's a very high efficiency building. The quotes that are being provided are based on the high efficiency and electrified heating system using heat pumps. They are, in my phrasing, they're 2050 compliant. They're compliant with the state goals for net zero in 2050. So I think it puts us on a good path, and it doesn't require subsequent renovations to achieve that goal. In regard to the operation of the building, my family's always been a library user. When my kids were in school, it was an active place for meeting with other kids and after-school projects and so forth. It was a great magnet. My son had a math tutor, and he met his math tutor there. So it was a safe place where families can allow their kids to go. The downtown location is very convenient to the Gibbons School and to the high school, which I think is a real asset in regard to the integration with the education system of the town. Now I have grandchildren in town, and they're taking advantage of the schools, and it's a whole nother sphere of services that come from the younger set. And the unfortunate circumstance with the current building is that the children's area is crowded. It's down in the basement. It's not very conducive, and there really isn't good space for children's programming. The new design is going to flip it upside down, put it in the high and the top floor with skylights, and you could see the bright lighted area. The services that are provided are free to all members of the community, and that's really important, that all of these high quality services that come from the Westborough Public Library are available regardless of financial status and ability. There's no question about paying for these services. So there is a cost. We all acknowledge the cost. We're all concerned about the cost, but there's a tremendous value. And so I think the question before us is around, are we getting the value we need for the cost that's being asked for? And I'm in favor of voting yes on this, and I endorse all the efforts to go and try to achieve ARPA funding, but I think it's a service we need.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbeck. Ms. Kung, would you like the mic from the Scout? Yes, Ms. Kung. Thank you.
Hello, I am Anna Kung, 14 Cortlandt Drive. I will confess I'm a retired reference librarian, and I think you really need to take advantage of the wonderful work and planning that has gone into that. I thoroughly support Chris Allen's remarks on it. I have been a member of the Massachusetts Library Association Legislative Committee, which has looked at library programs and buildings for decades. And when we look around, we can see Shrewsbury, we can see Northborough, we can see Hopkinton, who have finished their building programs. So also we have to look for our newcomers to town. And I've known personally, we have a 3-year-old person who came here with his parents so that they could vote on this issue. And we need to look at the needs of all our community, because this has been always a great library, and I think if we can do this, and you know, it's going to be, I think, very efficient in terms of usage of energy. But again, I really think this is a great chance to vote for this and take advantage of making our town better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kung. I know I've done 3 people from this side, 3 people from this side. Does the Finance Committee want to make any statement? We see their vote in the booklet, but if you'd like to make a couple minutes remarks, you may. And then I'll see if the Select Board wants to make any remarks, and then we'll go back to the voters. You don't have to. I'm just giving you the opportunity before I forget. Okay, you'll hold? Select Board have any comments to make? Back to the voters? Okay. I see some people standing at the mics. Just raise and wave your voting slips if you want to talk on this, just so people can see how many people want to talk. Okay, so somebody down here, somebody here. Okay, we'll take gentleman at the standing mic, and then Scout, if you want to pre-stage yourself down here. There was a gentleman down here. Can you just raise your hand? Okay, yes. Scout, if you want to come down while this person's talking, if you want to get ready to give it to him. And then microphone back here. See Mr. Ball?
Jim Ball, 78 Lyman Street. I'm co-chairman of the Library Foundation and 60-year member of the community. I'm here to speak in favor of the article. A few comments. A lot has been spoken already. Maureen kind of glossed over the 10 years of effort that's been put into this, but a lot of people have worked on this on a lot of committees and considered all of your concerns and all of these issues and put a lot of time into it. And I just want to be sure that that's clear to everyone. Everyone understands this is a lot of money. It's a big ask, but I think it's a critical component of the community. I think will become much more so in its future hopeful state. And so the foundation is determined to try to raise as much as we can privately. It will not be $38 million, but to do what we can do. Also, I think what's important is to understand that if this isn't approved, there's a good chance that we will be back to ask for money for maintenance on a building that is 40 or 50 years old, parts of it 100 years old, only to make it functional, not to improve the services in any way. And those dollar amounts may actually exceed what we're looking for here if they're successful in acquiring these ARPA grants. I know that's not given, but between the grant that will go away and will go back to the bottom of the list, and that will be 10 years from now that we can be back, and potentially these other funds, it may actually cost less than repairs just to keep the same building from leaking, to be able to be heated, to not be electrocuted, and all those items. So I just want to be sure people understand that. It's an incredible amount of money, I get it. But it's going to be one or the other. So just, those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ball. Now, next was Mr. Kessler, I believe it is. Where is it? True. Roving mic, Steve? Press the button, see if that works.
Press the button and does it work? Okay. Gary Kessler, 20 Ruggles Street. As I think people know, a lot of our capital
We're having a hard
projects-
time understanding. If you could hold it to your mouth a little bit, just. Thank you.
As I think people know, a lot of our capital projects have been plagued by escalating costs and overages. What protection do we have with this project against those kind of costs?
I'm going to ask our project team to come down and address that.
Can you just summarize the question, just while they come down?
He was asking what safeguards do we have in place to assure the town that there will not be overages on the cost of the project, and that the cost will not escalate?
Okay, we'll wait for them to gather. Yeah, you can come on down here. While they're coming down, I'll go to the, after this interchange, I'll go to the standing microphone again, but not quite yet.
Good evening, everybody. John Lemieux from Vertex.
Can you just aim the microphone up since you're taller than, there we go.
John Lemieux from Vertex. We are the owner's project manager that was hired for the project. Also here with us tonight is Eric Moore from LPA, as well as representatives from Fontaine, who is the general contractor, the folks that are actually going to, the construction manager at risk that's actually going to build the building. So it's a great question. Obviously, it's something we are dealing with every single one of the projects we are working on these days is escalation. How do you deal with it? Obviously, we do that through contingency, and the committee made a decision also a number of months ago to bring on the builder, the folks who are actually going to be doing the project, so that not only are we getting estimates from the designer, LPA, we're also getting cost estimates from Fontaine, the people who are bidding projects every day out in the field. The project also has contingency built into it. There's a significant seven-figure sum in the budget for contingency that is your money, and we watch it as your money. And there's, we don't want to spend it. We want to give as much of that back to the town as we can. So it's a combination of being conservative, but not so conservative that the numbers are crazy. Our numbers are in line with what we're seeing from, as Maureen said, other cities and towns that were also invited into the grant round, that also submitted their application in 2016, excuse me, 2016. And the problem is those numbers that were submitted in 2016 were only allowed to be escalated 3 years to 2019. So what happened between 2019 and 2022? Some of the biggest construction escalation we've seen in the marketplace. So this project is also only 15% designed at this point. It's a lot of work left to do. We are going to be checking this estimate. We did it once with LPA and with the construction manager, Fontaine, got a number, and that was the basis of the number that was put up on the screen. When the design gets through the next phase, design development, roughly 40% complete, we stop again, and we do another couple of estimates. We compare those estimates, we reconcile them and say, okay, are we above where we were? All right, what are we going to do to get back down underneath? And again, we will do that when we get through construction documents. Basically, when the drawings get to about 90%, we stop again and we check. So that before we go to bid, we've checked this number 3 times to try to keep that in check. And that is the best way to help mitigate cost overruns these days, is to keep checking and keep your finger on the pulse. And we think having the builder on board early is a big plus for that.
Thank you. I'll go to the standing microphone back here. Name and address, please.
John McGraw, 95 Bowman Street. I grew up in this town. I'm 95 Bowman Street via 56 Bowman Street, so you can see how far I've gone in the world. When I was a kid, I remember going to my mom, who's back there, brought me to the groundbreaking of the then new library. I'm sure Mrs. Allen remembers seeing me there. So I've been a patron for a long time. Since that time, 1980, give or take, let's think about what this town has done. We've added and or renovated every school. We've built a new school with Mill Pond. We've torn down, we've rebuilt Fales. We moved the police department out of Town Hall into the Forbes building and have since completely gutted and renovated the Forbes building. We have, what am I forgetting? Built a senior center. We've renovated the fire station. I can only think of one building that's missing off that list. There might be more, but that's all I can think of right now. And the library, it's time for a new library. If you take time and go around to any newer libraries who have gone through such a process, you go in Westborough, I mean, I don't want to say it's a dump, but if you compare it to the other ones, sorry, Marie, it's night and day. One last thing, and I appreciate the candor and the disclosure that we've seen from a lot of people here. We have former librarians, former trustees, someone who's on the committee. I think it's unfortunate that we will never know what the Finance Committee's vote may have been had someone who lives right next door to the library recused himself from all debate. I think and voting. Please, go ahead. I'd love to hear more.
Just try to keep the comments at hand.
I thought you wanted to say, okay.
No, you just. Yeah. Oh,
John?
Oh, Mr. Brady? Yep.
Our town council, as well as management of our town, looked into this, and it was decided that the gentleman in question had every right to continue to participate. I could give you all of the details through a lengthy memo I just received today, but to be perfectly candid with you, I think that statement is out of order, and to me, it's petty and vindictive. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. I respectfully disagree. If this was next door to me, I think just the appearance of impropriety, I think a lot of people here would have recused themselves from something. So thank you very much.
Okay. We'll do one more from this side, then we'll bounce back over to this side. Yes. Name and address again, please. I know it's repetitive.
Boyd Conklin, 8 Water Street. So once again, the Advisory Finance Committee recommends that the town vote to defeat this Article 6-2. So along with Pete Dunbeck over there at Westborough Connects, with this 2050 net zero agenda that they worked on the fail
Wait a second.
school.
What's your point? Yes, let's just speak to the topic at hand.
Yes, the cost of this net zero business. So we see Germany and a lot of European countries, they're going back to coal, they're going back to nuclear. That's what's going to happen here in the United States. That's what's happening here in the United States. We can't afford this rainbow unicorn land. I spend a lot of time in the library with my children, probably get over there 3-4 times a week. Most of the time, it's a graveyard. There's hardly anyone in there. They've got the special need kids coming over, maybe 8 of them or something, yes, and so all the computers are being used at one time every once in a while. You got some leaking windows. I don't think it requires this kind of town taxpayer slavery to debt that you've got planned. Thanks.
Okay. Over to this side. Mr. Linnane. Oh, sorry. You want to respond? Okay. Sorry.
I sure do.
Ms. Johnston.
We're just going to let our usage numbers speak to how often it's used. In terms of things like the windows, the library is a cooling center in the summer. If our windows are single pane glass, that's not an efficient use of our air conditioning. We are a heating center in the winter. People that need to come down and get warm in the winter, same thing. If those windows are leaking from 1908, that is not a great use of our resources.
Thank you. Mr. Linnane.
Bill Linnane, 22 Smith Street, longtime resident here in town, also longtime resident, member of the Library Committee, trustee, and the Building Construction Committee. Article 15 is about following a good process that Westborough has proceeded for many years. That is, evaluate a project for current and future needs, seek grant monies, continuously seek expert public library advice from residents and associations, establish a quality construction building team, and in my 60 years in the construction industry, this is a Class A team. You heard from a member just now. And finally, present the findings to the public. We've done it along the way. We're doing it again here tonight. The Public Library Director and trustees have accomplished all of these items. This article follows Westborough's sound policy, providing for the future, not just the status quo. You've heard the pros and the cons. So, is it best to spend equivalent construction monies to bring this 100-year-old building up to code? Or to accept the $9 million grant and provide for the future? Now it's up to you, these town meeting voters. Is it worth it for you to keep this sound process that we have established here in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Linnane. I know we've got two people standing at the microphones. Before I go to one of those, I just want to get a raise of voting devices of how many more people want to speak on this topic. Okay, we've got a couple here, like one here, okay. All right, so we'll just keep going, and then you're pointing to somebody up here? Oh, right there, okay, all right, thank you, all right. So we're going to go, gentleman at the standing microphone in the jacket, no, right here, we're going to start with the person at the microphone. Yes, sir, you. Go ahead. Scout's coming to help. Name and address as always, thank you.
Sorry.
Name and address, please.
Tom Linnane, 19 West Street, Westborough. For the last 7.5 years, I've been in the library reading newspapers, whatever, magazines. The maintenance on the building hasn't been done on a regular basis. I mean, there's windows that have been opened and they can't close them, so finally they get them to close and they take the crank out because people open up the windows. There's like 25 to maybe 30 at the very most people in the library during the day. And downstairs in the children's area, there's oftentimes no one in that area. I don't know why the regular maintenance wasn't done on the building over the last 15 years, but it could have been. I have no idea why you'd knock down an existing structure that's in good standing and put another one up. I think that's about all I
Okay.
can tell you.
Thank you. There was, somebody was, Scout, up in the balcony, they were
Can we
pointing
respond
to...
to that?
Oh, yes, yes, please.
Yep. So the maintenance on the building has absolutely been done. I am very proud of the work of our trustees on making strategic decisions over the past 10 years. When we looked into this, some of you may remember that we've been here before asking for funds to replace the windows. That was at the town meeting directly in front of the grant announcement. And although the town voted yes, we saw this opportunity as a way to get some of that deferred by the state. So we put a pause on that repair. Again, weighing our options of what's the best use of the town money? Am I going to start a project to replace windows that may get damaged or potentially need to be upgraded in 5 years when we actually get to building? Or do we do it now? So we did put a hold on those windows. We returned that money to the town because we weren't using it after we were awarded our grant and while we've been waiting on the waiting list to get to this point. We've looked at every repair that has come up, every roof leak, every gutter leak, every elevator repair, and we've weighed the options of, is it going to cost us more to fix it now or more to fix it later? And I'm very proud of the work the trustees have done in making those decisions.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston. Scout, there was a person up in this part of the balcony raising their voting device there. Take the microphone to them. Name and address, please.
Suzanne Arpante, 44 O'Neill Drive. I just want to thank everyone for their hard work and for having the forums that they had in this past week. Full disclosure, I'm a member of the Congregational Church of Westborough, and I'm a sixth-generation Westborough resident. So I've ridden my bike to the library from the east end of town when I was a kid, and my children have gone to the library. I have a library card. Sadly, I have very little time to ever go to the library. And, you know, there could be lots of library cards out there, but not everyone is using theirs. After the forum that I went to at the senior center, I do have some questions. I had asked about how many of the current library projects are new construction versus renovations, and I didn't really feel like I got a complete answer to that, so I went online to the Library Association Commission, I'm not sure what they're called, and I noted that there's 38 current projects, of which 16 are renovations and 12 are brand new libraries. One of the new library projects, which the representative from Vertex I'm sure is very well aware of, is the Littleton Library. So I had some time last week, and seeing as I worked in Acton for 20 years and am very familiar with Littleton, I went over to see their library. They started looking into their project around 2010, I believe, and their Friends of the Library started a fundraiser. So at the time that they opened their library, November of 21, they had raised $1.1 million specifically to offset the cost to the taxpayers, which I really applauded that. In addition, their library is brand new. It's beautiful, it's bright. The back of the library is basically open space and woods. So when you're sitting anywhere in that library, you've got gorgeous windows, beautiful views outside, and there is parking. There are rechargeable spaces for electric cars. We have no parking. The parking that most of the library employees use is the Congregational Church parking lot. The Congregational Church is very, very flexible, allows anyone to use the parking lot. We only ask that when we have a funeral or an Eagle Court of Honor or our Boston Weavers Guild that comes to the church, that the employees of the library park in another spot. As a member of the church, we started the farmers market a number of years ago with Dismiss House. I've been involved with that every single Thursday, every summer. And I can tell you that the Rotary, when they took it over, when Dismiss gave it up, wanted to move the farmers market because it's a very dangerous spot. To get in and out of the driveway is very difficult. As a matter of fact, I had a personal incident where I was trying to get out of the driveway, and there's cars parked on both sides, and I'm always looking for kids, and I inched out into the road and almost hit an older gentleman who proceeded to chew me out, but I didn't want to react to that and tell him that he probably should have been using the crosswalk, but it happens all the time. No one uses the crosswalks. So we've got the church, we've got Pickering's Funeral Home, we've got the town hall employees, we've got everybody looking for parking. It's very congested, it's difficult. With all the property that we still have in town, did anyone get an estimate of what it would cost to do a new library? Because I can tell you the Littleton Library, the total cost was $13,173,000. They got a state grant for $5,844,000, and then $1 million raised by their Friends of the Library. I feel like we're putting, and I've said this at the forum, we're putting a square peg in a round hole. And I just want to add this personally, because the member of the Finance Committee I have known for almost 40 years. I was in his wedding. There are no two people in this town that love children's libraries more than them. They've written children's books. You can see one of their stories put in the window of Ferris Farm Florist about their dog.
Okay. Ms. Alfonso, your time's about up. Could you just wrap up your remarks and let them answer the question?
I will wrap up. I'm going to vote no on this article because I don't think we're getting the value for our money, even though there's a $9 million grant out there.
Thank you. You would like to respond, Ms. Amiot or Ms. Johnston? Don't have to, just...
I do want to address the alternate site investigation. The Mass Board of Library Commissioners, as part of the grant process that we had to go through, required us to investigate alternate sites for the library. So we were allowed to consider renovation or renovation expansion on our current location, but we were also required to look at alternate locations for new construction or alternate locations where we would purchase a different building and make it into a library. We did all of that work, and at the time, the only parcel that the town owned that was large enough was at Lake Chauncey. The town had owned that piece of property just maybe a couple of years at that point. So when we did our focus groups and surveys and talked to people in town about that as an option, we heard loudly, as I said earlier, We do not want the library moved out of downtown. We don't want it on the other side of Route 9. We want it close to the schools, and we want it walkable from downtown. So that very loud, overarching sentiment was the guiding principle of why we chose to renovate and expand on the current site. New construction is always cheaper. It's always going to be cheaper because you don't run into the issues with a historic building like we have when you're building new. But it was a choice that we made based on the feedback that we got from you.
Thank you. I'll bounce over to this microphone over here. Is that you, Dr. Baranowski?
Yes.
All right. If you can get the microphone on.
I think this is on.
Yep.
Hi.
Thank you.
Alla Baron. Oh, yep.
Oh, name and address, please. Thank you.
Sure. Alla Baranowski at 27 Old Coach Road. I wanted to begin by first thanking Ms. Emiat and Ms. Johnson for this initiative. It seems like you have put in a tremendous amount of work. The renderings are beautiful. You have done the surveys. You have done the legwork. For those who don't know me in town, I'm a parent of 4 children, a foster parent, and we use the library more or less religiously. We really depend on the library for a lot of our family activities. I just wanted to bring in one additional perspective into this conversation that would address some of the concerns expressed already in this meeting by other residents. And that is the concern about the tax burden falling on those families who are self-proclaimed non-users of books and other features that the library offers. That perspective is this: as part of living in a community is paying for things that you don't directly use necessarily. I live on Old Coach Road. I don't use the lights on Water Street, but I'm okay with my tax dollars paying for electricity on Water Street. That's part of living in a community. Public goods in general, political scientists will say that public goods are diffuse in their benefits, right? That means that benefits are not concentrated. They are kind of spread out all over the community. And I think that the library is a great example of a public good like that, that is spread out all over the community. I can give you some examples of how even those families who don't necessarily go to the library and read books still enjoy the benefits that the library provides. If our teens have a safe space to go after school and they're not hanging out on the streets, that's a benefit that the whole community is enjoying, right? If we have a modern, welcoming space like that, like a beautiful space, all of our property values are going up. All of them, right? Because this is a landmark. It becomes something that the town is proud of, and it signals to future people who might be moving into Westborough that we value large-scale public projects like this. We value our own community. If our children and adults read more and are exposed to more cultural programming, then we're all more interesting, better read, more vibrant people. We're more fun to hang out with, right? Everybody benefits, even if you don't have a library card. But the most salient point, I think, for me is that we're going to have to pay this sum of money regardless, sooner or later. I think this much is clear from the analysis. We're going to have a library one way or another. If you showed up here to vote no, we're going to have a library anyway. It's not going to go anywhere. So we're either going to pay now with a $9 million grant, or we're going to pay later and more. And so everyone here, or rather not everyone, but some of us have come in with our own ideas on, I think the library should be elsewhere, or I think the site should be different, or I think it should be, we should get new plugs or whatever instead of listening to electricians and architects and engineers. But it's clear that this team has done the work, listened to the experts, came out with a cogent proposal. I suggest we listen to the experts and vote yes on this article.
Thank you. Microphone back here, and then we'll go up there. Okay. Basically, wait for it. Turn the mic on. Scout, can you come help with the mic, please? Just there's a button on top.
Test.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eyal Singer, 8 Charles Street. I love downtown. I love the library. I frequently go to the library, and my 4 children that grow up in this town also enjoy it. I just came tonight because I had a debate with my friend, and he said, well, you need to see the Shrewsbury Library. And I said, it's not a contest on whose library is prettier. But 30 million, if you divide by 20,000 people, is 1,500 per each one of those 20,000 people. And I said, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger's house may take 30 million. What are they going to build? I'm grateful for this picture because it brought it home. This is lovely. It's even bigger than the Shrewsbury Library.
Not exactly, but.
But when the farmer's market, which is maybe 150 people at any given time, is there, it's dangerous, and people at 5 p.m. honk and get angry, and I do not see how this building, this gorgeous, beautiful, I wish we had such a library building, fits on Main Street between the high school and between the Rotary and the train bridge, which cannot be expanded. The town is a wonderful town. I've been here more than 20 years, and we have spaces, and we have volunteers that give activities, either at the Unitarian Church, either at the basement in the Forbes building. We have spaces, and the town recreation department offers lots of activities, but we are not going to have that kind of accessibility because of where it is. And so I'm just going to vote no on this one. I think that the amount of money up front does match this gorgeous thing. My experience, either with the farmer's market, Halloween is coming up. I was driving to my home right behind the high school here when some dad was talking to Dave, who's my friend, and then he stepped onto the street, onto the crosswalk. I was just trying to come home from work, and he stepped and banged my car with his knee. I was stopped. And then he's like, "Would you watch where you're going?" Well, I live here. And I would love to have this in a walking distance, and all the activities, lectures, displays, presentations, museums visits, but there is just no accessibility to vehicles, and most of the residents in this town don't live in a walking distance from the library. And I know I'm not going to convince anybody here, because I couldn't convince my friend that we don't need to have a better library. And everybody who's got kids would like to have a better space, and I agree that the children's wing, which does a tremendous service, should definitely look much better. But I don't think this elephant belongs in this China store, if that's the expression. Thank you.
If I can just address that.
Scout, there's a person in the third row of this part right here.
So I just wanted to say
Yeah.
that
Yep. Okay, go ahead. Ms. Johnson.
the question has been asked and answered, as we've all been informed, that there is no parking problems in town. That is evident off of our parking study that was done. That's the answer that the library got. So, yep, it is downtown. At this point, we can't change that in our grant process. It was in our application because it's what the voters of the town wanted at the time that we put in our grant application. So that's the project that's at hand now. So I challenge you to look at it in a different light. If we had a standalone library in a remote part of town with a standalone parking lot, people would go to the library, they'd do their business, and they would go back home. If you park downtown, you need to be creative where you find parking, and you might find that down towards the Rotary. And you might walk to the library with your children, and you might spend an afternoon doing an activity or one of the programs, and you might walk by the Coop on your way home, and you might say, hey, I'm gonna pick up dinner on my way home because I'm already here and I'm already parked there. So to me, having the library downtown only brings people downtown, but it also supports our other local businesses, and that's the key to having a robust downtown. You need things that are gonna draw people down there. So I challenge you to look at that in a different light.
Thank you. Gentleman in the third row, yeah, with the microphone. Thank you. Name and address, please. Once the microphone works.
Matt Mullen, there we go. 5 Katy Drive. I wanted to stand in support of this I think there's another important thing we haven't even considered for the library is this is also our historical document repository for the town. A lot of our major records are here, but also I think this really comes down to a simple fact of, do we want to spend the money now or do we want to spend the money later? If we spend it now, we get a nice new building that's going to do everything we need. If we spend it later, we're going to still have a 42-plus-year-old renovation of a 116-year-old building. That said, at this point, Mr. Moderator, I think we've heard a good amount on each side of this, and I move the motion.
Okay, unfortunately, you can't move the question when you've made a statement, so they're going to decline that. It's one of the rules. Wait a second, you weren't recognized. Give me a second. Person standing at the microphone, and then we'll see how we go.
Thank you, John. So Rod Shafford, 8 Parkman Street. I have to say I'm really disappointed coming to town meeting and having my integrity questioned. So I'm the neighbor behind Parkman Street. Joined the Finance Committee to get more involved in town. I'm a construction professional, and I think the library and the Finance Committee appreciated my perspective. As an abutter, I made that clear from the beginning with both the Finance Committee. The moderator has ruled that there was no conflict in me being involved. I was only one vote. The Finance Committee voted against supporting this project. And I, too, am a great library lover. And the question is whether this is the right project for the town, the right size, the right cost. And that's where I believe, as a construction professional, I can provide some guidance. So the library is going to add 10,000 square feet. It's $37 million. There's another $12 million in financing costs, which will bring the total project cost to about $50 million. The state will give us back $9 million. When the state originally proposed the grant program, the intent was that the state would pay 40%. As we can see, that is no longer close to being 40%. And my concern is that we have not given the design team, who I have great respect for, a budget for the library. There's been no budget set, and what we're getting is a library that costs more than it should. I think when I compare it to other libraries that have been built in the state, as been pointed out earlier, this is a lot more costly. So unfortunately, I would propose that we vote against the project. Thank you.
Thank you. The woman behind you has been waiting a while, so I'll let you go.
I'd like to respond to that if I could, Mr. Moderator.
Yes, go ahead. You want to respond?
The figure that Mr. Schaefer quoted is incorrect. The project cost is $36,698,556. That is the amount that we're asking the town to approve. Do you want to say anything else about
So
that?
the additional cost that he was alluding to is the interest rates on the borrow that happens in every project that we borrow. That is an estimate at this point because we don't know at what point in the project we're borrowing what amount of money. That is the process that's used for every project. And that's a cost that is not unique to the library. It's to every project, every borrow that you make. There's interest. It is how the world works.
Thank you.
Could I just make one more comment, Mr. Roderick?
One more, yes, Mr. Shafford.
I know we're comparing against the cost of a renovated library, which certainly would need, but I think there's been some misleading statements. If I look at the estimate that's been prepared by the professional estimator, the cost for the roof was approximately $125,000. The cost for the windows was $145,000. So clearly, some of those costs are nowhere near the amount that we're asking for on this vote. Thank you.
All right, now to the woman who'd been waiting patiently. Yes, you.
Me? Oh,
yes,
awesome.
you. I know you've been there a long time.
Great.
Name and address, please.
My name is Shirley Ellison, 3 Roy Street. So thank you so much for putting this on the screen. I think it's stunning. My biggest concern, I keep hearing expansion, and it sounds like it's going to have a lot of room for, well, there's been talk in the past of a community center for the town. If this is something that's going to double up as that, I know you addressed the parking, but it seems like it's actually going to have an influx of more people maybe going to it. And that's really where my reservation is. I was wondering, have you looked at downsizing it? Because the fact that it's, one, the cost is obviously a big issue for everybody, but also, is it needed to have another 10,000 square feet? Are you using it as a community center? If so, how are you, I know the parking is an issue, you're not gonna move it, but.
So first about downsizing. The size of the library was determined by a needs assessment that we hired a consultant to do in 2012. And the report from that assessment showed that the library was undersized for its current 2012 population and for the future population going forward. So we didn't look at downsizing the library. If by downsizing you mean downsize the project to make it less expensive, that's not something that would be allowed under the terms of our grant, our $9.4 million grant. There's a document on the library website called the Building Program, and that's the document that describes the library that Westborough needs and wants, and it spells out what we need square footage wise. If we deviate from that building program, we jeopardize the grant. We would, any changes we make have to be approved by our state agency throughout the process. And the only way that we can downsize is, for example, if we relocate a couple of study rooms to a different place in the building and now no longer need a hallway, we can remove that hallway square footage because it's a utility space. But any program space, so a children's, a teen, a meeting space, an adult space, any downsizing of those would not be allowable under the terms of our grant. They gave us this grant based on the program that we gave them and said, this is what Westborough needs. They agreed and gave us $9.4 million to implement it. We can't change our mind midstream.
Okay, I guess that was the question, because if you theoretically did not accept the grant, then you could do whatever you want, and if that case would be, then you'd be able to downsize it and perhaps save the $9 million and be in the same place you are today out of pocket, but maybe convert some of the space to parking or reassign the, layout of it so it would be more conducive to, one, people's wallets as well as accommodating the parking issue.
So even looking at that, the library is not sufficient for the population back in 2012. It's only increased then, so if we reduce square footage, we would not only be able to not service the current needs, but we would be servicing less than we already do.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I haven't been to the roving mics. Is that Mr. Borglund in the back row? Scout Mike in the back top row, and then I'll go to Mr. Harrington because we've been not using the roving mic, so we'll balance all this out now for a while. Name and address, please, once you get the mic working.
Brett Borglund, 50 Summer Street. I move the question.
Okay, Mr. Borglund has moved the question without a statement, which means it is acceptable, and it means we now have before us a non-debatable immediate action on a motion to terminate debate. We have been talking about this for about an hour and 15 minutes, so we go straight to a vote. This is not the vote on the project. This is a vote just whether we terminate debate and then go to a vote on the project. So in this case, a vote of 1 will be to terminate debate. A vote of 2 will be to keep going. Voting begins. This requires a 2/3 vote if I didn't say that. Voting has ended. We have 433 in favor and 58 opposed. The motion to terminate debate is carried. We now move to the action on the main motion made by Ms. Amiot. It was on the screen and it was in the booklet. It requires a 2/3 vote because it authorizes a borrow. And we'll see how it goes. So So, I don't know if, Mark, can we get the motion back up there for just a second, just to refresh us the motion? I don't think anybody will find anything surprising. It's what we've been talking about for more than an hour. When the green light goes on, voting will commence. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Ms. Amiot's motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. Voting has begun. Again, this requires a 2/3 vote. And when it's over, the next article is also related to the library project, so if you're... Voting is ended. Unlike television shows, I won't make you wait till after the commercials. The answer, the vote is 327 in favor, 171 against. That is not a 2/3 vote. I'm just going to do the quick math here. 2, 22, 4. No, it fails 2/3 vote by about 15 votes. It would have, yeah, so it fails a 2/3 majority. The motion is defeated. We now turn our attention to Article 16, having to do with the dimensional zoning regulations for the library project.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street.
Mr. Silverberg, if you need to leave.
I make a motion to pass this over.
Okay, hang on. Mr. Silverberg has made a motion to pass it over. Mr. Silverberg, since it is a zoning article, could you report on your hearing, just so we have it for the record, and then explain the motion?
On August 30th, 2022, the Westborough Planning Board held a public hearing on Article 16 and voted unanimously to...
Why don't we just wait a second? Please try to be quiet. Please turn in your voting devices. And thank you for coming.
And voted unanimously to support the article as written in the warrant. The public hearing was properly advertised in the Worcester Telegram and Gazette on August 15th, 2022 and August 22nd, 2022. Mr. Moderator?
Mr. Silverberg.
This article was only necessary if the prior article passed. As such, I'd just like to pass it over.
Okay, so again, if you can keep it quiet, as quiet as possible while you're leaving. Mr. Silverberg reported on the planning board hearing and then said because of the action on the previous article, they are now moving to pass it over. Yes. Okay. Oh, sorry, we're dealing with somebody. Sorry, didn't see that happen. Is it under control now? Okay, okay, I think we're okay. All right, so just to summarize, because there was a little commotion, Mr. Silverberg reported on the planning board's public hearing where they recommended in favor, but due to the failure of Article 15, they are now recommending passing over Article 16. Does that summarize it?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion on Mr. Silverberg's motion to pass over, the effect of which is to essentially take no action on this article? I see no discussion. In that case, our action comes on Mr. Silverberg's motion to pass over. As always, pressing 1 is a vote in favor, pressing 2 is a vote opposed. When the light goes on, voting will begin. Voting has begun. No, sorry. 1 is to pass over, 2 is to defeat the article pass over. Sorry about that. That's what I said. Voting is ended. We have 247 in favor of passing over, and we have 8 opposed. We now turn our attention to Article 17, having to do with lead services line inventory and replacement plan. Mr. Payant.
I move that the town appropriate $100,000 to pay costs of developing a lead service line inventory and lead service line replacement plan, including without limitation, the payment of all costs thereof as defined in General Law, Chapter 29C, Section 1, To meet this appropriation, the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow $100,000 under and pursuant to General Law, Chapter 44, Section 7, and/or General Law, Chapter 29C, and to issue bonds or notes of the town therefore. That the treasurer, with the approval of the select board, is authorized to borrow all or a portion of such amount from the Massachusetts Clean Water Trust, established pursuant to General Law, Chapter 29C, the trust, and in connection therewith to enter into a loan agreement and/or security agreement with the trust, and otherwise to contract with the trust and the Department of Environmental Protection with respect to such loan and for any federal or state aid or principal forgiveness available for the project or for the financing thereof. And that select board is authorized to enter into a project regulatory agreement with the Department of Environmental Protection to expend all funds available for the project.
Thank you, Mr. Payant. Brief presentation.
So simply, there's an opportunity for us to get funding from the state through the state revolving fund. And in order to do that, we have to authorize a borrow in the amount of $100,000. At the end of the day, there's no cost to the town, and we're not going to borrow this money. We have to do this to follow a process to apply for money that then will be reimbursed to the town. So the town is required to do a lead service line inventory, as is every water system in the United States per the EPA, and this inventory has to be complete by 2024. And there's an opportunity now for us to get funding that is completely reimbursable. To complete this inventory, we just need to follow a step, which includes this lengthy motion I just read, for us to follow that process.
Thank you, Mr. Payant. Any questions, comments, deliberation on Mr. Payant's motion? I think I should have brought my umbrella. Either that or the air conditioning heating system is very loud in here. I see no deliberation or discussion. Therefore, our action comes on Mr. Payant's motion that's on the screen. Because this is a borrow, even though it's a borrower under the Clean Water Trust, it still requires a 2/3 vote. So when the green light goes on, will all those in favor please press 1? If you're in favor of Mr. Payant's motion, please press 2 if you are opposed. Voting has begun. Voting has ended. We have 239 in favor and 8 opposed. The motion carries. That is a 2/3 vote. We next move to an article dealing with the acquisition of a property known as 0 Ruggles Street, off Ruggles Street, or maybe it's O Ruggles Street. Mr. Johnson.
Ian Johnson, 9 Burtis Adams Way. I apologize, this is a long one here. I move A, to authorize the select board to acquire by purchase, gift, and/or eminent domain on such terms and conditions as the board deems in the best interest of the town and subject to existing agreements, easements, and/or restrictions, the parcels of land located at off Ruggles Street, Westborough, containing a total of 15.42 acres, more or less, and being a portion of the premises described in a deed recorded with the Worcester South District Registry of Deeds in Book 46027, page 83, for the following purposes. Parcels A and C, as shown on the entitled plan of land, 0 Ruggles Street and Breen Road, Westborough, Mass., Worcester County, dated October 4th, 2022, on file with the town clerk, are to be acquired by the town for conservation, passive recreation, parking, utility, and general municipal purposes under the care, custody, and control of the Select Board. Parcel B, as shown on the foregoing plan, is to be acquired by the town for conservation and passive recreation purposes under the care, custody, and control of the Conservation Commission pursuant to the provisions of Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 8C, and subject to the provisions of Article 97 of the Massachusetts Constitution. And B, appropriate the sum of $334,000 for the purpose of acquiring said land and costs incidental or related thereto, and to meet this appropriation, transfer the sum of $167,000 from the sale of real estate account for parcels A, B, and C, and transfer the sum of $167,000 from the Walkup Robinson Trust Fund for parcel B. And C, authorize the Select Board to execute any and all documents and take all other action necessary or convenient to accomplish the foregoing or to take any other action thereon.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. This article would authorize the Select Board to purchase the property at 0 Ruggles, which isn't a great name, but we'll show you in a minute some things up here where it is, but that's how it's recorded as 0 Ruggles, and to appropriate funding for the purchase. The purchase price is $325,000, and the cost of developing the plan was $9,000. The property is 15.42 acres and is adjacent to both the Daypray property, which the town recently purchased, and an existing town water tower. So as you can see, it's the area grayed out there. Those can see the big area next to it, 33, is a Daypray property. The access coming through at the end of Breen Road. Just up to the upper right-hand corner, that's the Fale School, Eli Whitney Street. That's Breen Road there. That's the parcel. Up the top there is where the access and the water tower in white that's being shown. So thank you for that. You want to show the Fale School? I don't know if that was highlighted too, in Eli Whitney Street, just so. Yep. And Mark, if you can go to the next. So in this one, just, and Alan, if you could help down the bottom, show with the water tower. So that's an existing town water tower just adjacent to this property with the access road off of Ruggles Street. So basically what's outlined in yellow is the portion of property we're talking about here. Again, the big piece of property, 33, is the Daypray property. And then the next. Okay, apologize for the size that people can see, but just as shown on this map, parcels A, which is right up there, right off of Breen Road, and parcel C up the top next to the water tower that we saw in the prior page. These are being conveyed to the Select Board. Parcel A will allow for some trailhead parking and trailhead access onto the property. And then parcel C, as I said, is adjacent to the existing water tower and will provide flexibility for the town to address any needs related to the tower and water in the future. Parcel B, which again is the largest parcel of land there, is requested to be conveyed to the Conservation Commission and protected for open space. And finally, the funding for this acquisition will not impact taxes. It is proposed, as stated in the motion, that $167,000 be appropriated from the sale of real estate account, and then $160,000 will come from Walkup Robinson Trust, and they have authorized, that committee has authorized that amount, the $167,000, to be appropriated from trust funds toward the purchase of parcel B, which is the larger parcel for conservation. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Silverberg.
Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street. On September 28th, the Open Space Committee met and voted 5-0 in favor of this purchase.
Thank you, Mr. Silverberg. Yes, gentleman at the microphone, name and address, please.
Eyal Zinger, 8 Charles Street. I love the idea. It's very close to the high school, and it will make cross-country paths available to the students. I do want to ask if I can, at this point, mention that having a sidewalk to get there from the high school will be really nice, and we will also allow for a sidewalk just a wider sidewalk to Fales in that area, between Fales and the high school. And Ruggles Street, I think, will be safer for that. Thank you.
Any comment, Mr. Johnson?
It is close to the Fail School, not the high school, but I think Mr. Zinger, yeah, it's accessed by Ruggles Street. There are sidewalks, though, from the high school going up Main Street to West Main Street to Eli Whitney to that property can be accessed by sidewalks, but you are correct, not on Ruggles Street at this point. There are no sidewalks for the majority of that.
The sidewalk from the high school ends at Denny Street, right? Is this further down Ruggles?
Yes.
In the direction of, so actually having that property would allow the town to put a sidewalk there, right?
No, the property, if we can go back, Mark. Yeah, so where this property is Ruggles Street would be on your far right-hand side. Alan's going to help me out here.
Oh, so I was confused. I thought if it's a number on Ruggles Street, it is on Ruggles Street. It is not.
It is off Ruggles Street, but this is Ruggles Street right here, but it's actually
I see.
Fail School, Eli Whitney Street, so it's really up in the, off of Eli Whitney Street, Breen Road, and Ruggles Street. But Ruggles Street, as you're going up the hill towards Bowman. So further from the high school.
So I live right by the high school, and the high school has these elevated elevated track, and I bet if there is easy access from the high school, the gym teachers will get the kids there.
Yeah.
So just to keep that in mind.
Thank you.
Yes, gentleman over here.
Hello, Eric Waite, 7 Franklin Ave. I rise in support of the acquisition of this land. It's a good idea. The one thing I would say, while many of the decision makers are in this room, is let's please think long and hard before we start clear-cutting trees and putting impermeable surfaces. Seems like the first thing we did when we got our hands on Lake Chauncey was cut trees down and start to pave things. I would point to Upton State Forest as a really good example of a parking area, which is, first of all, abutting or parking for a much bigger parcel, which one can assume means more walkers. It probably holds about a dozen cars. It's, crushed stone, so the rain goes through it. There's no oil leaking, that type of thing, leaching into the nearby waterways. And it encourages those people that go there to drive very slowly. Now, if you haven't been there lately, there are some, big divots, but I wouldn't be surprised if what we're looking at when you drive in there is what was created when the Conservation Corps built the thing back in the 30s. So I'll try to stay more engaged in this. I definitely want this to happen. But if it results in a 40-acre parking lot that's going to need to be plowed and streetlights and all that, then that would be really kind of against the spirit of what this could be. So maybe you know a little more about it, but just I hear parking and I get nervous.
Yeah, and right now it's and totally appreciate your comments there. The plan really is here for conservation, passive recreation, trails. So similar to recently purchased property, the Zwicker property, as well as Daypray, working in conjunction with conservation, whatever. There are no plans to clear cut. This is really being bought for protection of that land for open space for the town. We thought in the best interest to have that small piece down off of Breen that was shown as the parcel A, very small portion of it. In fact, very difficult to even see on that top portion up there. Very small. In case we need it, I think more likely is parking for this property that's adjacent to Daypray will probably be on the land that is right off of Eli Whitney Street. But again, reserving that right, because once we put, as folks know, once you put it into this Chapter 97 conservation, you're really locked out of doing anything with that. Likewise, the parcel C, which is really probably of more importance for the town, although we have no plans to use it at this time, is really around the water tower, which we have really no way to expand on that piece right now. But it's a great piece of property for a water tower because of its elevation. That's about protecting that, probably for generations beyond me, but we don't know what we're going to need for water down the road, so that's why that is there for protection. But at this point in time, there are no plans to do anything on either pieces of those property. It will go through a process, if need be, for public comment and that, but I think the plans that we have in place right now is this will all be preserved as open space.
Thank you. Go to the next gentleman who is over at this microphone who's waiting first. I think it's still on. Just check. Is it on?
David Hubbard, 5 Breen Road. I'm just entering the room here. I was very excited to hear about the acquisition of the property. However, I was quite surprised to see the location of the parking area. This is the first I'm hearing of it, and it is directly adjacent to my property. So wondering what I understand that it's perhaps location, but wondering, what is the protocol for notifying the neighbors and so forth of such plans?
Hang on.
Yeah, I think at this point, we don't have plans. It's really being reserved for potential future use for that if we need it. I think if we go through that process, the way the article is worded, it would go to under the control of the select board for that decision. We would put that with open meetings and have the discussions on that if we were to move forward with doing anything there. Back to the prior question, there would not be plans to do any paving, lights, anything like that. If anything, it would be very limited trailhead access. As I said, think of the Zwicker property, which is basically, we left it as a field to drive in. So no plans at this point on that. We will engage with neighbors if anything was to be done there. Again, this is just, at this point, just dividing this space up to allow, if we need or think that's the best place to put limited trailhead parking to get on the property, that we have the ability to do that. But again, that would come down the road once we kind of move forward with designs on the property.
Just to follow on that, I'm just curious, is this the normal way that an abutter to something like this would be notified of any such zoning change? Because again, I was unaware of it, and I suppose most of the people on my street were unaware of any zoning changes being proposed directly adjacent or immediately adjacent to my property.
Yeah, I'm looking at the planning board here. I don't believe there are any zoning changes. Yeah.
That's a good question. So there's no zoning change. The property remains the same as it is now. I'm going to go forward to that other slide.
Oh yeah, Jim, just say your...
Jim Robbins, town planner.
Thank you. Thank you, Shelby.
There we go. Okay. So the little parcel A, is just access. If there is ever a formal parking lot proposed and there's striped spaces, then there would be a site plan review. And if there is a site plan review, you would be informed as a neighbor. But there's no plan for that at this point.
Would it be possible to remove that parcel as an area? Would it be appropriate to suggest an amendment to the plan to remove the parcel A from this proposal? I'm going to suggest that we do remove parcel A from this proposal, as all the conversations with the neighbors up to this point was to do something in the area that we set aside from the previous purchase for parking.
Okay, while I think about that, Mr. Silverberg, did you want to make some remarks?
Yeah, I don't know that you can remove it from the purchase, but I think, sorry, Mark Silverberg, 7 Weld Street, I think you would want it to go to the care of conservation instead of to the custody of the select board.
Yeah, and that's what I intended, just to remove the set aside of that Area A. Again, all the communication with the neighborhood has been that the parking area was being proposed in an area that was delineated during the course of the McElrath, or the other property, not the McElrath property.
Okay, so, trying to help you out here. So the way I see you could do that, so if you look at, can we put the motion up, Mark? Yeah. Yes, Christy. Ms. Williams.
We wanted to note that even if it's transferred to conservation, you could still have parking there. It just couldn't be paved parking.
It sounds better.
Okay. While I'm puzzling through this, if someone could figure out whether the mix of the 167, 167 would have to change or not would be helpful. Mr. Edinburgh? Okay.
So Alan Edinburgh, 8 Nash Street. In the conversations as this has gone through the process, one of the considerations in having what's labeled Parcel A be under the care and control of the Select Board, as opposed to conservation, knowing that both could potentially allow for parking and trailhead, is the type of installation you would need for handicap accessibility is more doable within what's allowed if it's under the care and control of the Select Board than if it's under conservation. And that given the slope of the property, given the proximity of wetlands, given the limited number of spaces available, it might be necessary to have a small pad for handicap accessibility, either in the parking lot or from the parking lot over wetlands onto the core of the property. And so that was part of the motivation for having it under the care and control of the Select Board. As Mr. Johnson said, there are no plans at this point to put anything on that land. But again, if it goes into conservation, it dramatically limits how should we need it and feel that's the best with input from the community. It seriously limits what we're able to do to accommodate everyone in the community in providing access. As you also mentioned, our intent is to build the trailhead access on the Dupre property off of Eli Whitney. And so this is really just a just in case as far as providing alternate access to the property.
Ms. Williams.
To your point, that parcel off of Eli Whitney does still exist and it's much larger, but I was hoping that Sherry Wittes, our Conservation Director, could speak to the parking.
Okay. Please introduce yourself and provide any information to help us. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Sherry Wittes. I serve the town as the Conservation Director. So at the moment, the Dupre property has has a section that is carved off for the Select Board. That was the intent, to foresee some sort of parking at some future event. With the addition of this parcel, the same thought process is going into effect. There is no determination as to where the parking is going to be at the moment. It's still in the infancy of a design state. We haven't even begun to engineer anything. But with the Breen Street, based on the topography and the wetlands that we have there, it would not be a very large parking lot. If we could fit 5 spaces, I would be impressed. So we keep it in the care and custodianship of the Select Board, because should they want to add a range structure to park under, or some sort of pavilion or something small in that space, you can't add any sort of structure. Even benches are iffy sometimes with Article 97 land when it goes into the care and custodianship of the Conservation Commission. It also prohibits us from being able to make it ADA compliant, which is something we try to do whenever we add any addition to all of our parcels. We try to make them as accessible as we can to everybody with disabilities. So having it in this the care and custodianship of the select board. Doesn't change any plans, it doesn't create anything new at this moment. It just allows us options down the road as we investigate what's the best for the town.
Okay, thank you. All right, can you put the motion back up, please, Mark? All right, I'm going to try to help you out, Mr. Hubbard, just tell you. So that I think the simplest, tell me if this is what you're trying to accomplish. I think the simplest change to what I think you're trying to accomplish, wow, it's getting loud outside, would be to make an amendment to change the first part of the first bullet, that rather than saying parcels A and C, it would be amended to just say parcel C, would be under the control of the Board of Selectmen. And then I think you also want the amendment to change the second bullet to say parcel A and B, so they would be under the control custody of the Conservation Commission.
That would be wonderful.
That's the amendment you'd like to put forward?
I feel a little better protected from a parking lot forming directly next to my house, yeah.
So if you will accept that, I'll have my written notes. That will be the amendment that we discuss and vote on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, discussion can continue either about the amendment or about the article as a whole or as originally proposed.
Yes.
Any more? We'll go to the gentleman here and then bounce over here. Yes, name and address, please.
Bob Marriott, 3 Brookway. Quick question, how big is parcel B out of the 15.42 acres?
I think they're looking it up. See if Mr. Robbins knows, see if Ms. Williams knows. We're looking at the map.
Yeah, 10.16 acres.
Secondly, I live on 3 Brookway. I would like to have someplace to park when I visit this wonderful little area we're looking at buying here. So I'm going against the amendment, but for the purchase of the parcels.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Boudelieri?
Steve Boudelieri, 9 Thomas Newton Drive. I hear that the intent is to keep this as under conservation, but there's this line here that says it can be used for general municipal purposes and or for open space. What are the chances and how difficult would it be if several groups in town would come in and propose we use this for a new rec center or affordable housing or for a new library? Would it be difficult for them to go through a process and show that that's what their part of the community wants to use this for, rather than keeping it open space?
Are you talking about parcels A and C? Those are the parts that are not?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Anyone have a comment or question on that?
Yeah, just real quick, parcel A is 0.31 acres, so you're not getting a house or anything, and that's not the intent. It's just over a quarter of an acre on that space. Parcel C is at the top of a big mountain with no access besides the town's access road to it, so there is no access road except for the town's access road, and the access road ends right now at a water tower. The real use for that space in C is for future use by the town for water, basically. Not knowing what we'll need in the future. Our hope is that we don't need to do anything right now, but if we had issue with that water tank, which is an integral part of our infrastructure today, and had to put a new water tower, we don't have any space up there to put a new water tower. We are right on the boundaries of that property. But to your question, I don't see how we would get anything else up there for municipal uses, and it's not the intent to do that. It's really about protecting the water tower, which is the purpose for it.
I would like to propose an observatory, and how difficult would it be for me to get that through?
It would
just a hypothetical.
It would have to be a municipal use. I don't know that we would be putting an observatory in as a municipal use. It's not.
We could submit research grants. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Moderator?
Yes, Mr. Johnson.
Just, one final piece on parcel A, and I understand the gentleman's comments there. Again, small piece, as the conservation director said, it would be a small trailhead access. Just a reminder that the property, well, two things. First of all, this property is single families. They've been looking to sell it as a single family or an estate lot with a cul-de-sac with multiple houses with access off Green Road. Part of the concern of the town is we're trying, we don't want, in our view, additional single-family houses. We don't think it's appropriate for that spot. So that's one of the reasons we've entered into discussions to purchase this property. We also think it's a great continuation of the purchase that was made by the town of the Daypray property for conservation purposes. The second piece to the amendment, proposed amendment itself, parcel A off Green Road is still the access directly into this property. So whether or not we have that conservation, put parking there or not, there is access there. So right now, there is no parking there. Anybody that wanted to access it would be parking on Green Road or Valley Brook, whatever. They'd be parking on the road in front of folks' houses for access to that property. This would allow at least limited movement off if we decide to put parking in there. Again, I think our first choice, as we discussed, is the much larger piece of property. If, Mark, you go back to the, the one, either one, 31, spot 31 up on the, kind of in the middle of the page right there. That is the land within the Daypray property that the town voted to put under the select board's control. That is, as you can see, a much larger spot. That is our, hopefully our intention of that would be the trailhead into the whole property. But again, we haven't, as the conservation director said, there's been no planning decisions, anything on that right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. All right, we have before us an amendment which gets acted upon first. I don't see anyone else wanting to discuss, so someone's heading to the microphone. Yes, the microphone. Mr. Hubbard.
Yeah, first of all, my apologies for needing to get up again, but this is a surprise, so understand that I'm kind of taking this all in at once here. I understand that there can be, there was a lot of conversation about the parking when the other space was allotted, and actually there was a lot of conversation about the new Fales property, all the new development over there being that parking, possibly. So anything we can do to keep this from being an additional thing for the neighborhood to be picking up. We just went through 3 years of Fales construction. You know, we've agreed to kind of a parking space potentially behind our homes. But this feels like kind of a, okay, one more thing. And whatever. I would appreciate it if I don't have a paved parking lot directly next to my property. Had this been sold as a single family home, there would be nothing there, because they could not do anything in that amount of space. So it's undevelopable as it is. So as a concession to the neighbors, I would ask that you exclude parcel A from the selectmen's control and keep it in the Conservation Commission's control. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, at this microphone, please.
Hi, Michael Hyde, 42 Adams Street. I rise in absolute support of the amendment because even just recently you said our intention is to use the other property as the trailhead, and then let's be specific about excluding this Green Street access. Because the other thing that concerns me is we often talk about how we can't introduce certain amendments or not because of how things were printed in the warrant for notifying the public about what's going to be discussed. And the warrant as printed did not mention anything about the particular division of the proposed parcels. So I'm really sensitive to the gentleman from Green Street and all the other neighbors who truly have no informed clue that this would be a topic for the, this specificity about possibilities was not informed beforehand. So I'd like to just reiterate, I really support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other yes, Mr. Edinburgh.
Just to clarify, there is no plan to put any parking on that land. It's for general municipal purposes. The discussions of division of the land happened at open meetings of the select board, happened with, I believe, the planning board and the subdivision for the A&R. And so it's out there. But there is no plan for any specific use. It's for general municipal purposes. It gives us opportunities. As noted, yes, one of those opportunities could be parking. It could be an easier way to provide handicap accessibility to this property and the Zwicker property. It could be a simple covered pavilion or benches, types of structures that wouldn't be allowed if parcel A was part of the conservation restriction. It gives the town a little bit of flexibility. We understand the concern of abutters. We take those very seriously. Nothing could move forward in this project for use of this property without notification of abutters and involvement in the community, in the realization that there is access to the property there. And one of the considerations, should we think of parking there, is whether the parking would be off-street or on-street. And would we be creating more of a problem for the neighbors if the only place to access trails from that side of the property were on the street? So all of this is important consideration, and it will follow through in the process. The challenge with putting under conservation is it restricts what we're able to do as far as trailhead access, ADA compliance, handicap accessibility, depending on how we want to provide some form of trail access to that side of the property.
A follow-up question?
Yeah, just let Mr. Johnson also reply. Then I'll go back to you, Mr. Hyde. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, sorry, just real quick. Ian Johnson, 9 Burgess Adams Way. We had this discussion here, and you know, this piece of property in its entirety is really, I think, important for us as a town and thinking of this way. As we said, we think this is the best way to divide up this property and protect interests there. But if the townspeople are interested in changing that to conservation, we have no issues with that. We'll let that go through, because it's much more important about, first of all, it's much more important for the parcel at the top next to the water tower, and the rest of this is open space. What we're getting into the depth of discussions here for that small piece of property that is at most, as the conservation director said, you know, probably 2, 3, maybe 5 parking spots. We'd rather not even deal with that if it's going to get into discussions about the purchase of the full property, which we do think is important. And I will say, one of the reasons we did it, I said it before, if folks know what's happening up Mount Pleasant Street, which you said that we had property that would never be developed, and now we have 21 homes going in there, this is another one of those things that that property, while it's a difficult piece of property, you know, there is probably ways today, and I'm not an architect, but there are probably ways in the future that people could figure out how to develop single-family homes there. And that, again, I think that's the most important things for us. We've heard it loud and clear from folks in town that that's not what they want. We think this is a great piece of property for us to acquire, protect from that development, and keep as conservation land. So again, for further discussion on that piece, if folks want to vote for the amendment, that is fine. We still think it's best to keep it the way we have it, but if that's the way town meeting votes and that's the way to get the main article passed to buy the full piece of property, we're entirely fine with that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Hyde, follow-up?
Yes, and to be clear, I am in support of the purchase and the amendment. If it goes to the Conservation Commission, is there a process by which parcels can be pulled back to the Select Board, or is that a permanent thing?
I'll let those talk to. It's highly, highly unlikely that we could ever get, we have to go, I believe, to the state and other factors. I think it's nearly impossible that it would ever get back to the town.
So it's impractical.
State legislature,
Okay.
everyone would have to, what's that?
Okay.
2/3 vote of the state legislature would have to approve it to give it back to the town, which I think is highly unlikely that we would ask for it, or that we would ever get that vote.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Anderson?
I just wanted to echo what I think Mr. Edinburgh was saying, that if I were to butter there, I think I would rather have people pulling into a field and parking off-road than parking along the road for the trailhead. If people want to go drive there and go hiking, they're going to go drive there and they're going to go hiking. The question is, are they going to park on the road, or are they going to park in a place that's less visible? And I know of a couple of places people park along Carroll Drive to hike in the Libby Wild Forest, and they park on Quick Farm Road to hike at Gilmore Pond. And you know, there's sometimes cars way along those streets, and if I lived near there, I would rather have those cars off in a field like they do at Zwicker than, you know, parked along the road. So, you know, I would just urge the abutters to think about that, because people are going to drive there regardless.
Mrs. Anderson, I forgot you to have you state your address because I called you by name. Your address, please. Sorry, my fault. I threw you off by even.
Sorry, Janet Anderson, Chauncey Street.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dunbeck?
It would be great to have the voice.
Okay, Mr. Dunbeck, 8 Wayside Drive, is it 8 Wayside Drive? Has called to terminate debate. So therefore, again, we will still vote on the amendment, but this vote is only to determine whether we terminate debate. So let me just make a vote of this. So just as we've been doing.
Oh, did we move the question?
What? Yeah, Mr. Dunbeck moved to terminate debate, so we'll see how it goes, and then we'll see. Obviously, there's at least 1 or 2 more people that want to talk. We go straight to vote. All those in favor of terminating debate, please vote 1 when the light goes on. If you want to keep debating, please vote 2. Voting has ended. We have 195 in favor of terminating debate and 26 opposed. Debate is terminated. We now go to our action on the amendment. If you could put the motion up. So let's see. Mr. Hubbard's amendment is to essentially replace the words parcel A and C at the beginning of the first bullet with parcel C, and to amend the first part of the second bullet by saying parcel A and B. The effect, so that's the amendment, and I'll explain. The effect of that is to put parcel C only, let's see, under the care and control of the select board, and it would have parcels A and B under the care, custody, and control of the Conservation Commission. With that said, a vote of yes is in favor of amending the main motion to that wording. A vote against is to leave the main motion as Mr. Johnson read it. When the light goes on, voting will begin. The amendment only requires a majority vote. Voting is ended. We have 103 in favor and 109 opposed. The amendment fails. We therefore go to a vote on the main motion by Mr. Johnson, which is left exactly the way it is on the screen. When the light goes on and they've reset the system for the next vote, this time we need a 2/3 vote. Pressing 1 is a vote in favor of Mr. Johnson's original motion. Pressing 2 is a vote opposed. It requires a 2/3 vote because it essentially has to do with acquisition of property. Voting has begun. Voting is ended. We have a vote of 200 in favor and 21 opposed. That is a 2/3 vote. The motion carries. It's now 20 past 11. It's 11:19. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Moderator, I move that we adjourn the special town meeting till 7 p.m. Tuesday evening, October 18th in these same rooms.
Mr. Johnson has made a motion to adjourn this meeting until tomorrow night at 7 p.m. in the same place, at which point, if the motion carries, we will start up with Article 19. All those in favor, please press 1. All those opposed, please press 2. Once we get voting has started, which it has, and if you're assuming we're going to adjourn, please drive carefully. Please turn in your voting device, and I hope to see you back here tomorrow evening. Thank you again for attending. I appreciate it. Yeah. We have 151 votes in favor, 23 opposed. We are adjourned until 7 o'clock tomorrow night here at the high school. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and attention. Thanks, Ian.